weather, where we have live coverage of an unrolling situation out west in Oklahoma and in parts of Kansas and Texas. Currently, we have two main situations that we're looking at here on radar, and in between Hubbard, we have this tornado-warned storm in Elk City and another storm just north of Vernon. Vernon, you guys just dealt with this storm. It is a severe thunderstorm, warned storm, but the main focus really is on this Elk City storm, and it is unfolding to be a potential supercell storm, which means usually this is indicative that there is at least enough spin in the storm to cause a potential tornado to drop. And Robert, would you like to take a closer look at this storm? Yes, currently we can see right here that there's a bit of a hook attached to the bottom part of this storm. And usually what this indicates is that there is a tornado typically around this little section right here. And typically these storms will drop a tornado that could be potentially a little bit more on the stronger side. Of course, that is not the entire story. We have a very strong downpour of rain as well associated with this storm. But the main situation involved here is that there's a tornado that's potentially going to make its way across northeast towards Burns Flat. So anybody in that community should go ahead and take shelter going into the lowest level of your home, into interior buildings, or interior rooms, excuse me. So making sure that your walls do not attach to the outside part of the building. The reason for this is that at least if the building were to collapse due to a tornado, that you would be in a cocoon, potentially sheltered by the damage and away from the strong winds that these tornadoes can bring. And yes, thank you, Robert. We are looking at the reflectivity, and usually what this indicates is the spin in the atmosphere. So seeing where the winds are going and where they're coming from. And as we can see right here, that there is a decent amount of spin associated with that bottom part of the storm where the hook is forming. And that's pretty indicative that there's at least a potential for a tornado. We do not have a confirmed tornado yet, but always treat these situations like there is a tornado. And so, of course, with the situation unfolding, please, people in Burns Flat and in parts of Foss also need to go ahead and take shelter. And these are correlation coefficients, and it usually indicates debris in the atmosphere, or at least objects that are not the size of a droplet. So typically what the model does is it will look, or the radar, what it does, it will look at a droplet or look at a piece of debris in the atmosphere and go, is it in the shape of a droplet? If it's not, then it assigns it a lower value. And as you can see with this tornado, or this tornado-warned storm, you can really see that there is enough of that lower values that indicates that this potentially is not, this is potentially a storm that is dropping a tornado, or at least enough hail that is still a dangerous situation. But
right, exactly, Chandler. We're looking at this right here. We are seeing a bit of circulation. It does not look like the National Weather Service is confident that a tornado is being dropped. So this is quite likely large hail with this storm right here.
Exactly. So at least the way we are looking at it right now, of course, play it safe. Go ahead and get inside. Make sure that you're indoors. Of course, with this night being as dangerous as it is just a good idea to go ahead and take shelter now and just stay inside and keep tuned to severe weather coverage, either local or national.
Right. We're actually going to take a look at another storm that's tornado warned. It's a little bit more north, so it's a little bit up towards the Colorado area, but there is a tornado warning on this storm right here. It just popped up near Holyoke, and there is a little bit of circulation with it. Not as evident as the one to the south, but this storm is producing a good bit of gusty winds no matter what with this supercell, or this rather storm in this line right here.
Exactly, and like Robert said, that there is not as much of a defined spin, but of course with these types of storms, this is more of a straight line series of storms. And typically that means these tornadoes, or at least these centers of rotation, are more embedded. So this could potentially be a tornado, but at least it's not confirmed. But of course, take shelter now anyway. With these storms, they can produce very strong winds even without a tornado. So of course, if you are outside right now, I'd suggest taking shelter. It is obviously a more on the line dangerous situation here in Colorado. And as you can see with this indicator here, there are those stronger winds that are really making their way ahead of this series of storms. And so, of course, even if there is not a tornado embedded in this storm, it is advisable that you go ahead and take shelter. Now, of course, with these events, typically tornadoes, you can't see them even if it was in the daylight. So, of course, that means that if you can't see the tornado, definitely a serious situation, even if there isn't one in the actual storm at the moment. Now, really, honestly, this situation, you really can see how strong these storms are. They're coming off the Rocky Mountains, they're feeding on some of the moisture in the atmosphere, and they're really just bubbling up across Colorado, getting into Nebraska and Kansas. And they're pretty strong overall, and they're really stretched from all the way up in northern Colorado down into southern Colorado, and as we can see, getting into Kansas and potentially Oklahoma later tonight. Of course, this is a part of a bigger system, a low-pressure system that has brought a decent amount of rain today to parts of Wichita and other locations, but it is also going to feed into these supercells that develop later on this evening in places like Oklahoma and going up into Kansas. Going back to this storm, like Robert mentioned, this one is a little bit different than the other one. It is a supercell. We really can see that hook echo really starting to form. It is possible that this is dropping a tornado, but with how it is a nighttime storm, we can't confirm yet whether or not it is a tornado until somebody either spots it or next day when they look at the damage. But even still, like Robert mentioned, there is some hail involved with this storm most likely, and that is definitely dangerous enough to suggest going inside, staying indoors, staying away from windows, where windows, if they're breaking and glass flies, that is still a very dangerous situation. So, of course, take shelter if you're ahead of this storm in places like Clinton. Robert, do you mind getting like a timeline set up on this? We'll see if how fast this storm is going and what places are going to potentially.
Yeah, this is definitely a tornado-warned storm here, and it is currently, according to the National Weather Service, going at about 35 miles per hour to the northeast. So I'm going to put a little track on the center of the storm here. And it's going about 35 miles, so that would mean it gets to you in Clinton at about 9:06, Parkersburg at 8:45, and 7:57 in Foss. So if you're there in those areas, right around the I-40 corridor, you should be getting into your safe shelters pretty quickly here as this storm is kind of wrapping up. And something I want to really point out here is also taking a look at this feature right here. It has a little bit of a big inflow notch, you can see. Not really has the classic hook yet, but it is getting very close to that classic hook. And it has a very clear inflow notch, which is why we're very concerned about this storm, because the velocities are showing us that there is a big gate-to-gate shear with this storm, showing that there is potentially a tornadic development here. Again, not confirmed, because the National Weather Service, of course, has not said that it's confirmed yet, and we don't have any reports that it's confirmed yet. But again, watching this storm here among other storms that could develop. Again, we are a little bit early in the night here. We are mainly looking at taking off with these storms here, maybe about, because of course our time up at the top is in Eastern time. It is 7 p.m. local time where this storm is right now. We're really looking at the 8 to 9 period for when these storms really start firing. So if we take a look across across the region, you can see there's a few storms trying to bubble up here, and I'm going to switch back to reflectivity so you can see the storms here. A few storms trying to bubble up. The main area where there is that moderate risk is closer to Guyman. So when we're looking at there for that storm, we're going to be looking for more storms developing around that region for sure.
Absolutely. Definitely a situation to look out for. Of course, with Oklahoma being the main area of interest, and of course Kansas, we still want to show the love a little bit towards Colorado. They definitely are seeing some stronger storms as well. But the main situation for tonight, like Robert mentioned, really strong storms and nighttime storms that have the potential to drop tornadoes, and at least at the minimum hail. That is not a good recipe. If you're out on the roads, go ahead and take shelter now. It's definitely one of those situations where you don't want to be chasing this. You don't want to be out and about just doing your daily travels or your nightly travels in this case, it's one of those situations where you won't see these storms coming until it's too late. So definitely go ahead and take shelter, go inside, go into these more secure rooms, or at least stay tuned if you aren't in a tornado-warned storm. But now we'll go ahead and toss things over to Robert to discuss a little more about the severe weather.
Right, and let me get my mic on real quick here. Turn on over in the studio real quick. And just one quick second. So we're looking at these storms right here. Across the main region, we do have the main storm we're watching is in the just I-40 corridor right here. This one has been our biggest producer of rotation over the night. Right now, it is moving its way across I-40 at the moment. We, again, do not have a confirmed tornado at the moment, but it does have a pretty good signature, and I wouldn't call it a particularly potent signature at the moment, but it is a very new supercell. It only got a tornado warning popped on it at about around 20 minutes ago when we first saw this storm. These storms have just been sort of bubbling up a little bit, so the main sort of activity for it has only really started about 30 minutes ago when we had several severe storms around this region into the south bubbling up in here. You can see a little bit of that moisture sort of making storms. Some of these were severe warned a while back. They have not anymore, so there's a little bit of weakening with them, but that does not mean that this night will weaken for sure. We are just really getting started here, like I said earlier. The main scenario here is not really going to get its way going into the next hour. So again, the main story for us right now, this storm down here, we do have another tornado warning storm off to the north that we're watching as well. This one, we're going to take another look at the reflectivity here, or sorry, the velocity, excuse me, for this storm, just to show you that we do still have a tornado threat that we are watching with this storm. The biggest area of this concern right here, right down this area by Burns Flat, you can see there's a lot of green and red, and what those are showing you is wind towards the radar and away from the radar. So we see winds that are very high in one direction and very high in the other direction. And these are also, we're looking at multiple tilts here. Can't show it to you on your computer right here, but we are looking at multiple tilts. And there is a very prominent rotation with this storm going towards and away right next to each other. That forms a couplet. And when we see that, that really gives us that concern there could be an actual rotation here. Now, the actual science behind this is that there's a thing called a mesocyclone developing in this storm. And that develops from the sort of the top down. And you have, sometimes that's why you see rotation well up into the upper levels, but you need that rotation to make its way all the way down to the lower levels to actually sort of get to the tornadogenesis stage, or when this tornado actually starts dropping onto the ground. So now the fact that is that this is the lowest level scan we have here, and it's showing that there is a big level of rotation on both ends here. That's why we're concerned. That's why a tornado warning has been dropped for this storm right here, because the rotation has not only made its way from the top, but it's now at the bottom. So again, if you guys are in Burns Flat or making your way towards the I-40 corridor, we are going to be watching for you. Again, not a confirmed tornado, but because it is nighttime, it is about 7 p.m., 7:12 for you guys right now. I very highly suggest you get into your safe rooms. If you are anywhere from this tornado, in fact, a new tornado warning has been issued, so I'm going to look at that right now whenever it gets into our system. But that just shows you the fact this storm is not weakening at all. This is a potent storm. Again, don't know if it's on the ground or not, but at this point, at this stage of the night, it's just better to assume that it is than it isn't, because you don't want to put yourself in a situation where you don't see a tornado coming and it just takes you by surprise. We don't want to see anybody be in that sort of situation. So again, a new tornado warning for this storm. It is, Chandler, can you put up when it is until? I want to see how much longer they have this tornado warning going on for this storm right here. Also, again, for you guys in Clinton and Burns Flat, we're looking for the next hour for you, particularly in Burns Flat. It's going to be right on top of you within the next few minutes. Clinton, you have a little more time, but again, we are watching this storm, trying to make sure that it does not impact anyone. Yeah, thank you, Chandler. 7:45 Central Time, so this warning will be continuing until the next 30 minutes here. In fact, I believe, yes, this warning is for Washita County, and we do have that one in Colorado still continuing. So we have 3 tornado warnings right now, 2 for this storm. This one's just essentially an extension of it. They wanted to move the direction of it, but we actually do have another one in Colorado as well. So again, this storm is very potent. We do not know if it's popped a tornado yet, but we will be continuing to watch it, and we do have correlation coefficient here. So interesting that this is a little more of a
a little more of a area that's that's a little more discreet here. You can see it's just a little small area. I'm wondering if that's potentially indicative of a tornado. I know that there is a little bit of a concern of large hail with the storm and CC drops, or correlation coefficient drops, as Chandler very eloquently explained earlier, can be indicative of hail, not just tornadoes. But this is very, very tightly packed in here. I wonder if this is actually a tornado, Chandler.
Absolutely, yeah. Definitely is one of the smaller little spots. And it's right over Burns Flat right now, so anybody in that area really needs to take shelter now. Oof, that is definitely indicative of at least something. If it's not a tornado, at least some stronger hail.
Right, exactly. And actually, I'm looking on my system right here, and our hail size indicator is telling us it's probably about an inch or an inch and a quarter here. So that is not exactly Norman-sized hail from Sunday, but again, we do have a situation where we are looking at probably pretty large hail impacting the people down here. So again, if you're in Burns Flat, we're not sure if this is a tornado or not. We do not have a confirmation, but it is pretty much going over you right now. So again, we want to be sure that this is not impacting anyone who is not warned. So if you're in this area, please take your tornado precautions. It is quite possible there is a tornado coming onto you right now. There's pretty good indicators that we have something going on here. Maybe not a tornado dropping, but very close to dropping, because we have this inflow going into the storm by Burns Flat. We do have a strong indicator of the velocity here. So again, we are watching this storm. Chandler, could you take us up also to the storm in Colorado? I want to see how that one is still doing at the moment, because that one has had a tornado warning. I believe that one expires in 15 minutes, so we'll have to see if they continue onto that one. It's, yeah, so this is on the northern side of the situation right here. It is going a little bit towards, I believe it's right in here, if I'm not mistaken. It's towards that area of highest reflectivity. It is along Route 6. It is going towards Lamar. Yeah, we have the tornado watch, of course, in effect until 10 p.m. Mountain Time, so that is 2 hours ahead of us, so that is going to be for a while for you guys. And of course, we have a situation going on over the next few, or next several hours. I want to make that clear. This is not going to be anything that is stopping anytime soon if the forecasts are to be borne out like we've seen. 6:30 Mountain Time is what we're looking at for this storm right here. So again, that is based on our time zones. That is going to be about 15 minutes. We're watching this little area of velocity right here, and it does have a little bit of a sort of couplet going on, not necessarily a big one. Of course, this radar scan is a little more outside of our zone, so it might be even stronger than this is depicting, because this is getting a little more of that upper level slice, but it is still possible that there is a tornado there. They do have that warning in effect for the next 15 minutes. So you guys in Lamar, you guys in Holyoke, anywhere in between, you definitely should be taking your precautions. Chandler, what are your thoughts on this part of the storm? What do you think these people can be expecting within the next 15 minutes or so?
Well, what the National Weather Service is talking about is this is radar indicated, of course, so we haven't seen anybody that's seen a tornado, but there's hazards of a tornado and ping-pong-sized hail associated with this slice of the storm. And, of course, with the storm, it's moving at about, 35 miles per hour. So if we look at hold on. If we look at the direction of the storm and how fast it's moving, we can expect that places like Lamar, like you were saying, could see this storm in the next few minutes, and even in places like Venango. Even though Venango, you guys are a little bit north of the storm, it is still strong enough to produce some of that hail.
Right, yeah, the big thing with this storm is we obviously have this tornado threat going on here. We will have to see if it continues with the system. But even if it doesn't, we do have straight line winds with this going to be a concern for you guys, and also potentially watching larger hail sizes for you guys as well. We don't have as many reports through here yet, but we could be seeing larger hail sizes. In fact, I'm going to take a quick look to see if I can figure out how large you guys could be expecting soon. We do have the major risk for tonight. The main thing that upgraded us to that moderate risk was tornadoes for the areas in Kansas and Oklahoma and Texas. But we do again have that hail threat and that damaging wind threat for you guys. So we're looking here, looking at about an inch of hail for you guys in Holyoke, maybe a little bit east of you. So again, not Norman-sized, but again, all hail matters. So that is very large. So we can't really count anything out here. Again, we also do have that report right there by Imperial that shows that is a high wind report. So these storms can pose many more things than just tornadoes. Tornadoes are not the only thing that can be deadly and are not the only thing that we should be taking into account. Again, we do have the situation up here. I want to go back down to Oklahoma. We, of course, have that storm that is developing that still has a tornado warning on it, and it has stayed pretty consistent with that over the past few hours. And I believe, take a quick look at that storm before we move to the ones to the south of it. It does have a pretty defined inflow notch right there. If we could take a quick look at reflectivity, just see how that circulation is doing for you guys looking along the I-40 corridor. Again, it's still there, still very present. We have some very high winds on both sides of this, so that tornado could be there. We don't know, but it is best to take your precautions if you are northwest of New Cordell, if you are along the I-40 corridor around US 183. Again, it is just a good idea to take your precautions here. But overall, the setup here is, again, like I said, pretty early. This storm, again, going to make its way towards the east. It's moving at about, I believe, 30 miles per hour. When we look at their warning text, just to make sure that it is somewhere within the 30 mile per hour range. So you guys in Bestie are going to be seeing it around 8:11 p.m., 7:47 in a Braithwaite. So again, all of you guys around there are going to need to take your tornado precautions. Even if you can't see a storm, it is getting towards that nighttime stage, so you can't always look and confirm. It's never really a good idea, even if it is light outside, to do that. But particularly now, there is going to be very little warning for you guys there. I want to take a broader look at just the situation developing south of Oklahoma, because we do have that line that we looked at with Colorado. But if we're looking for major tornado producers, most of them are going to be coming from this area, because this is our moderate risk up here, a little bit east of Guyman into that area, a little bit west of Dodge City. So that's what we're looking at for our biggest tornado risk. If we're going to see storms developing in that area, we're going to look for them to develop through here into the enhanced risk and slight risk a little bit south of it. And right now we have a little bit of activity down here. Some of these were severe earlier, or close to a little bit northwest of Wichita Falls. A few of these storms it's a little bit south of the tornado warning, those storms right there. They're a little bit on the shower side. They're not severe warned, so nothing that we can really look at them at the moment. But these are going to be ones to watch, because this area down here, not as favorable for severe development or tornadic development. I believe this area is actually only in the slight risk. So to see a severe warned storm down there in the first place, earlier in the night, that was a sign that these are strong storms. They have weakened a little bit, but I do expect that if these hold themselves together, move themselves up to the east, we could see some further development with these storms. These could become bigger problems than they are at the moment. Otherwise than these, we don't see a lot of development at right now. There is a small little shower on the Amarillo radar, but again, right now, we do not have a lot in the way of developing storms, aside from that main tornado risk. So again, tonight's severe weather, we're looking at a moderate risk for Kansas, Oklahoma, and Texas. It's a potential tornado outbreak taking place in the nighttime. We never want to see that, because the nighttime, again, like I always said, it is never a good idea to look for a tornado, confirm it. Whenever you get a sort of confirmation that a tornado could be happening, it's just best to go to your safe place immediately. Don't wait to confirm it yourself. It is always better to be safe than sorry. And a little bit of a tangent on that route, it is always important to have several ways of communicating a tornado warning to you. Always have your phone alerts on. Buy a no-weather radio. They are very cheap. They're only about $20. You can pick one up from Walmart or Target. Obviously, if you are under the gun from any of these storms right now, please don't go out right now. It is a little bit too late. But if you do have any time right now, if you're not under the gun from any of these storms and you don't have one yet, I would highly suggest buying a no-weather radio. And also, of course, be tuned into the television to a service like us or one of your local television affiliates. And, of course, have multiple ways to receive a warning. But anyway, make sure whenever you get a warning notification to immediately go to your safe place, which is the lowest level of a house or building, interior room, away from windows, away from those outside walls, because that's going to be the safest for you. But again, we put out this outlook here. We're looking at a moderate risk for tornadoes potentially going into here. We have a lot of these thunderstorms that are developing around here into the slight risk. As they move their way up to the north and they meet these more favorable conditions in the moderate risk in the next roughly 2 or 3 hours at the most, that's when we're going to see these storms potentially becoming bigger than we've seen so far. Potentially we could see long track tornadoes tonight, could see a few that could impact areas that were impacted previously during the Sunday outbreak. So these are, again, things that we really need to keep in mind, because we do have a severe evening ahead that is going to be taking several hours. Looking at maybe the development of some supercells is what our model is saying, moving off towards the northeast. And again, this placement of these storms based on our model, don't take these as a complete fact. This is just a good idea of where they're going to be, but supercells could develop anywhere in here. And also, again, supercells are not the only tornadic threat. We are also watching QLCS storms, or quasi-linear convective systems. It's basically just a long line of storms. You're going to have tornadoes developing in those, and those can be maybe not as long-tracked and severe as tornadoes from supercells, but these tornadoes can still pose a risk. They can still be, I mean, the important thing to remember is, even if it's not an EF5 tornado, it may be that for you, just because it impacts your house very heavily. So even if they are not very strong tornadoes as a whole, they could still impact you. So that's why we're still going to, of course, inform you, and you will be warned for these storms because they are still very important. So again, the main threats for tonight are going to be looking at that storm, what storms we have, how powerful they are, and we're going to be warning you as much as possible and staying on the air as long as there is significant weather out there. Rainfall forecast showing that we have another hazard here as well. High rainfall amounts are going to cause maybe some flash flooding in some areas. So again, not as severe as some other areas have seen, but still, we do have a flash flood watch actually in place for you guys in southeast Oklahoma. You aren't really going to see a lot of severe weather in the way, but this is still going to be a rainmaker for you guys. So important to remember that these areas are going to see a lot of rain. So please take your flash flood precautions. Stay away from high water, turn around, don't drown. But again, we do have a setup out here. We are looking at several tornadic storms, and right now there is one in Colorado, and we are watching that. We do have that severe thunderstorm warning in place for that storm in Oklahoma as well. That is new because the severe thunderstorm warning, in fact, was not in place previously, so it shows that storm also has some threats beyond it. May not have the tornado warning at the moment, but these storms can cycle. That's an important thing to remember. So we could see a tornado warning dropped in that storm very shortly because, again, these storms are very quick to come up, and it is always important to stay tuned. So Chandler, it is a very interesting situation we have developing here. We're going to take a look at this storm in Colorado right now to start off with for our new viewers coming back.
And that is right. Taking a closer look at this storm east of Holyoke, we really see that there is a lot of rain associated with this storm. And of course, when they're linear like this, it usually indicates some strong straight line winds. And while they produce a different threat than tornadoes, they produce the same result, which is, of course, potential to knock down trees that might be right next to your house. And so it's always a dangerous situation that you want to keep into consideration whenever you're taking these preparations. But yes, this is tornado warned, so even more so, this has the added element of a quick, brief spin-up tornado that can obviously do even more damage. Taking a look at this velocity, we can kind of see a little bit of that spin like Robert was mentioning. It's a little more broad. Of course, this is partially because of the location of the storm compared to the radar that we're using. But overall, there is a bit of that rotation involved, and it's one of those situations where it doesn't really necessarily matter how tight of rotation we have. We only have to see that there is a little bit of rotation to know that there are those potentials for brief spin-up tornadoes that can produce even stronger winds than the straight line wind. And so, of course, it's just really stretching all the way across from Grant all the way down across just east of US 385. So again, it's a pretty dangerous situation overall. It's definitely one of those situations where when it's nightfall, it's even more of a concern. Like Robert was mentioning, you can't see these things, and so your initial gut reaction is to maybe dismiss it. And of course, with these types of storms, you can't dismiss even the smallest of threats. It's one of those situations where even an embedded storm or embedded tornado within one of these storms can really do some damage. It might not be a EF5 like Robert was mentioning, but it can definitely still be a strong storm for you. And of course, we do have a couple storm reports of some straight line winds involved with this storm as well.
We actually have a new tornado warning down for this storm near Sharon Springs, so you can see a very tight couplet with this one here, and this one has been dropped just now by the National Weather Service, and it is until 7 p.m. Mountain Time, so I'm going to take this off here, and you can also just see now a severe thunderstorm warning has been placed, so.
Okay,
this
awesome.
situation here.
Thank you for that. This is in Kansas, so we're officially crossing over into that Kansas time, but it's still Mountain Time, so we'll keep that in mind. But yes, we do have another tornado warning, and it's a pretty interesting situation. We do have this more tight rotation associated with this storm, and it's still bedded within this straight line storms that we're talking about, but this rotation is pretty indicative of something moving and something twisting, such as a possible twister. Of course, we are not for sure. There's no spotter that has indicated yet, but take the precaution, go ahead and get inside and stay inside. Thank you, Robert, for showing that. We can see that Sharon Springs is the main threat for this storm, or is the place where the storm may threaten you. So, of course, if you're anywhere outside right now, go ahead and go inside, go into those interior rooms, such as a bathroom, or if you do not have a bathroom or bedroom that's inside, interior, where all the walls are interior walls, then it's best to go into a hallway and go into the position of duck and cover. Of course, with this storm, it is a potentially brief spin up. We do not know for certain yet, but it is definitely one of those situations where you do not want to bank on it dying off before it gets to you. It's one of those situations where we have this really strong line of storms anyway. Even if this one storm particularly dies, we may have another one that follows up really close to that location. And so overall, we have a pretty dangerous situation with these straight lines of storms here in Kansas and Colorado. So it's definitely a situation where it's just one of those possibilities. Taking a closer look at that rotation, again, really south of Sharon Springs, you guys are seeing that strong rotation. And, well, we're taking a look at these correlation coefficients. And, of course, this is a little bit more indicative of heavy rainfall, maybe even a potential hailstone or two. But there isn't as much associated with that rotation couplet, which may be a good thing. This may mean that the storm has not dropped a tornado, or if it has, it dropped it into a field where there is no debris for it to pick up and throw into the air. That's a possibility. But even if that is the case, it's always great to go ahead and take shelter and rely on the National Weather Service, which is telling you right now that there is a potential tornado in this storm. Of course, you can also see that there's a lot of heavy rainfall involved with this storm as well. You really see these pinks that really indicate some heavier rainfall. That is also a situation where if you're on the roads at all, even if you're not in the tornado warning sector of the storm, you still have the potential to experience heavy rains, maybe even hydroplaning off the road. So definitely go ahead and go inside, go into a place that's sturdy. So of course, if you can, do not go into a mobile home or another not so sturdy house. Try to go into a brick house or some sort of house that has a little more of that well-defined structure to it. Of course, this storm is moving towards Sharon Springs right now, so that's the main issue right now. And it will draw through that town before it goes closer up north of Wallace, Kansas. Now, of course, we do see this indicator right here that says that there was some hail reported west of Sharon Springs, possibly back into Colorado, or at least near Colorado-Kansas border. And that's really indicative that this storm, even if it does not have tornadoes, it does have potential for hail, and that's not a great situation to be in, you know? There's one of those situations where even if you're looking at the tornado going, yeah, that's probably not going to hit me, you can have the potential to see these hailstones drop in your location. So if you're in places like Wallace and other locations, go ahead and go inside. Even if you aren't going to experience the tornado, it is still a good idea to go ahead and head inside. Of course, like Robert was showing, with that storm, it does have that rotation involved, but it is a really large storm overall. So just not even focusing on the one particular section, really honestly just seeing all this, that is a lot of strong downpours and potential hailstones involved with that. Of course, there is the potential for a spin-up tornado, even one that maybe is not caught on radar in time. So definitely don't bank on having that warning beforehand. Go ahead and go inside, go into those interior rooms if you can. Definitely stay in touch with local news and national news, or maybe even us as well. Have multiple ways of communication. If you have a no weather radio, that is a great usage as well. And yeah, we'll go back down into this storm right here. Is this still a severe thunderstorm warning, Robert?
Yes, the severe thunderstorm warning, let me put it on there. It is still severe warned, and it is going to be until 8:15 Central Time, so it is going to be for the next roughly about 30-40 minutes here. So they have this, and let me figure out exactly what this warning is for. I believe it's for the large hail, and there's of course a damaging wind threat with this one as well. And it is for a golf ball size hail and 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts. So there is quite a packing a punch of this storm. I wanted to bring this back because the velocity, of course, not as impressive as earlier. It's not tornado warned, but you can see how it's still present. There is still a good bit of circulation present with this storm here. So it is one to watch, and it gives me the feeling that it's going to cycle here because it is still holding, excuse me, some of that rotation here. So again, this is going to be something that we're going to have to watch over the next few minutes here to see if it actually does recycle into something. But also, if we're going to take the broader picture here while we are down here in Oklahoma, I'm going to zoom out just a little bit and show you. You can see all these showers around here. They look pretty not menacing, particularly the one around Elk City and Leedy, and that shower complex down by Hobart and Altus. But these are going to be our big makers over the next few hours if they do in fact develop into something. Because of course you need that moisture to start, and you need those parcels to actually form into thunderstorms. And this will be our this will be our start here. These are how these thunderstorms get started. So again, the only main one in this area right now is this one right here. We do of course have those tornado warnings to the north, but right now we are not seeing much in the way of tornadoes. But as we move our way back up to the north, we do have that tornado warning active there and a line of severe warned thunderstorms.
Wow, look at all these indicators. We have hailstone reports and wind damage reports. So of course, this storm itself is also a pretty dangerous event, like Robert was mentioning. Oh wow, look at that. 1 inch of hail. That doesn't sound like a lot, but it is enough to cause some damage. Damage to cars, damage to roofs, and of course your head if you're outside. So definitely make sure if you're ahead of this line right here, to go ahead and take shelter. Robert, if you mind, like doing the indicating the times and the places for that will experience this storm the next few hours,
right,
or hour or so.
Let me look at the speed of those storms. I believe they're going about 35 miles per hour. As a pretty large complex that you got here of severe thunderstorms, it's essentially formed itself into a line, which means that it is not presenting the same tornado threat as those supercells, but as you can see, it does have a tornado warning right now, so it can still produce those QLCS thunderstorms. So we're going to put a track on this right now, and it is moving at about east at 40 miles per hour. So we're going to put it at 40 miles per hour, and it is going to the east, so it's going to impact you places in Syracuse, McAllister, Lealty, Kendall, and Wyona pretty soon.
That's right. So if you are in these locations, so go ahead and go inside. Even if you are not in that tornado warned part of the storm, it is a very good idea to go ahead and head inside, go into these interior rooms. Don't be near the window. With these hailstone events, you can always have a hailstone go through the window, and of course you do not need to be near that whenever that happens. But yes, so if you are in one of these locations like McAllister and Leonte, it's just advisable to go ahead and head inside, and don't watch the storm as it rolls in, even though you would want to, especially with this being a nighttime storm overall. But anyway, it's definitely one of those situations where we have a strong line of storms that can produce multiple different threats, such as hail, wind, and a potential brief tornado like we're looking at with this storm. Still has that rotation. It is now east of Sharon Springs, so it isn't at least hasn't done as much of a damage to Sharon Springs, hopefully, but it has moved away from there now and is headed towards the north of Wallace. So it's definitely one of those situations where maybe it will pass by a few cornfields, and if it drops a tornado, that'll be that. But hopefully nothing comes out of the storm in the way of a tornado hitting a house or anything like that. We do not hope for that. It is a okay. Yes, we do have another report of non-severe thunderstorm wind gusts. Of course, that is ahead of this storm. This storm right here is accounted for as a severe storm, tornado warned storm, in fact. And of course, anybody to the east of this storm system definitely wants to go ahead and take shelter, because there is still that rotation involved. It is a little more on the broad side, but even if it is more on the broad side, it's one of those situations where you want to go ahead and head inside. Definitely don't know if there's a tornado actually on the ground, but it can drop any second if it does drop. And of course, with these strong storms, you can see the high rate of rainfall as well associated with this line of storms, really particularly up towards Holyoke and these other locations on the border between Colorado and Kansas and Nebraska. Definitely still stronger, and this is definitely a bit of a strong storm as well. Robert, is this still a severe thunderstorm warned storm?
Yes, this is a severe thunderstorm warning. It is until 7 p.m., and I believe this is mostly for the wind gusts. We are seeing with this line right here quite a bit of wind gusts with these. Right now, this is gusting to 60 miles per hour. You need 58 to get it to a severe thunderstorm warning, so it has crossed that threshold, and that means for you guys in Grant and Imperial, I'm going to actually put a track for you guys there. It is going to be quite a windy storm, so make sure you have that secured for you guys there. Everything from the like chairs or anything you don't want blown away, because this storm is going to be one that is going to blow a lot of things away. It is moving northeast at 35, so I'm going to put a quick track on that. 35, and that is going to be impacting you guys in Grant at 6:51 and Madrid at 7:08. So yes, this is going to be a big wind maker for you guys in Grant and a little bit towards Imperial. That's why this is severe warned. It also presents a threat for quarter-size hail as well. So again, important to remember that you guys there are going to experience pretty windy conditions. Again, if it isn't even a tornado, which we'll just check velocity real quick. I don't believe there's any sort of signatures that we would say there is any spin yet. But even if there isn't with this system, it is important to remember that tornadoes are not the only threat tonight. And many things can be just as, if not even more deadly than tornadoes sometimes, including damaging winds, which can present a threat for, we do have a new tornado warning now for this system down here. So things are definitely starting to get into play here, but I'll finish what I was saying there, because it is important that thunderstorm wind gusts and hail can be as deadly as tornadoes if put in the right conditions, so it is important to take everything seriously. But we do have this new tornado warning near Frederick, and I'm going to give you the data on that. It expires at 8:30 p.m. Central Time, and it is not confirmed, but it does have rotation that they do say is evident enough to warn for a tornado channel.
That is 8:30 Central Time, correct?
Yes, 8:30 Central Time, so it is, let me make sure that is 8:30 Central Time again. Yes, 8:30 Central Time, so that's
So we got about 40 minutes or
about 40 minutes on this storm, yes. So,
absolutely. So anybody in this tornado warned storm definitely needs to go ahead and take shelter. The name that comes to mind immediately is Frederick. You guys in Frederick and in Tipton, go ahead and head inside. Definitely take shelter with this storm. It's actually getting really close to the Doppler radar here. But that definitely allows us to get a better sweep of the storm. In fact, looking at what Robert's showing right now, you see that places like Manitoua and Snyder and Mountain Park, you guys go ahead and head inside. Definitely for Manitoua, you guys are right in front of the storm, and the storm is moving northeast, going right towards you guys. So go ahead and take shelter. It is a tornado warned storm, which of course indicates that there is a possibility that the tornado is on the ground, although it's not confirmed, but always take precautions. Right now, it's a little bit of a messy radar display, but you can see that there is at least this storm that's producing the rainfall. We cannot tell for sure if there is a tornado involved with there. It's probably just because the radar, it's so close to the radar, anything low to the ground like a tree or whatever will block out some of the scanning that the radar has to do. But it is still a potentially strong storm. We can really tell with the velocity that there is that couplet involved. It's not as defined as we saw earlier with another storm, but that does not mean it's not still strong and it's not still potentially going to drop a tornado. So of course, definitely take shelter if you are in one of those situations. And the storm that I'm alluding to, it is still severe thunderstorm warned, and so that does indicate that there's still that potential for at least hail. Like Robert was mentioning, this storm, in fact, was issued because it has winds and hail that really involve some potentially dangerous elements to severe weather. 77 miles per hour is the wind. This was in Burns Flat. Yes, Burns Flat in Washita County. So of course, those there, they did report that there was a strong enough gust to really make some damage. So of course, if you are east of this storm in Weatherford, that's pretty ironic. If you guys are in Weatherford, though, definitely go ahead and take shelter for this storm because there is that wind and hail element to the system. But really, honestly, as Robert zooms out and shows you guys the broader picture, really we can see this yellow zone of tornado watch, and that really just indicates that anybody in these counties really needs to stay alert tonight. Definitely have multiple ways to look at the radar, definitely have multiple ways to get warnings from the National Weather Service and from your local TV meteorologists. They are educated too, and they do give you guys a really good scope of what's going on, working hand in hand with the National Weather Service. But really, honestly, this system has dropped a lot of hail, as you can see in the indicators in Colorado, and also some wind damage as well. It's really, honestly, a pretty strong storm. Even if it's not dropping these tornadoes, it's definitely dropping enough hail for people to be reporting. What's the size of this hail? Okay, let's see here. It's about 1 inch.
We have 1 inch hail, and then for this report, also 1 inch hail. So it seems roughly consistent. This storm is dropping about 1 inch hail, and that one is a little bit earlier, so it's no surprise that one's a little bit less. But this storm does seem to be a consistent hail maker for sure as it's going into Sharon Springs. This thunderstorm is warned for hail and also those straight line wind gusts. So if we take a look at the warning here, 60 mile per hour wind gusts and quarter size hail. So again, very, very evident that this is a strong system here no matter what. It is going to be, again,
giving you guys this element of not just tornadoes, but also the fact that it has severe weather as well. So again, make sure you're taking all this seriously, not just tornadoes, but also all this. And in fact, the Oklahoma Frederick one has been confirmed. My system has said that this is now a confirmed tornado on the ground, just now it's in Oklahoma. So we are looking at this one. This one down here, just making its way a little bit north of Frederick, and it is making its way again. Now it is tornado confirmed. So again, very important to make sure this is a system that you are watching because tornadoes can be quick like this. These systems may not give a lot of warning, and these systems can in fact produce tornadoes very quickly. So that's why it's very important to make sure that these systems are ones that you're watching. Even though they might not be as quick as QLCS storms, they are still going to be producing tornadoes potentially very quickly. And like I said here, it has escalated very quickly. It only got warned about 15 minutes ago, and now it's confirmed on the ground. And it is in fact confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado is a considerable damage threat. This is a PDS tornado. So this is a PDS tornado, and it is making its way towards Manitou and Snyder. If you could put that track up again just so I could read those times out there, because this is a very dangerous situation. It is 8:32 for Manitou, 9:33 for Snyder, and 9:53 for Odetta. So if I just read your city's name, you are in the path of this system, and this is a confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado. And it has ramped up very quickly. So if you are someone from these areas, they might not even know there's a tornado warning because this was just issued. But it is a large, extremely dangerous tornado, PDS, on the ground, and is moving its way towards Snyder and Manitou. So again, tornado precautions, as I said earlier, make sure you are going to your safe place. If you have a shelter, which I know a lot of you in this part of Oklahoma do, please go to that area right now. It is going to be the safest place for you no matter what. A little bit not as great place, but still good. If you do not have a shelter, please go into the interior room, into your lowest level of your house, an interior room, away from outside windows, away from walls, away from any area on the outside if you can. Those are the best areas. Do not be in a motorhome. Do not be outside if you can. Please don't be in your car. Please don't be in those areas during the storm. If you are driving along US Route 183 or 82, please find an area to stop, a gas station, anywhere. They will take you in. Again, this is a very confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado on the ground just northwest of Frederick. And in fact, right here, you can really see how it has now sort of that little consistent notch. We've been talking about them a little bit earlier, but it is right now into here just northwest of Frederick, has that notch. And this is a very, very dangerous situation. So again, I'm just going to read the warning here from what the National Weather Service has said. 7:44, a confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado was located near Frederick and moving northeast at 30 miles per hour. This is a very extremely dangerous situation for you guys there. Please, please take this seriously. Again, right here, as Chandler is so helpfully pointing out, this is where we're looking at, this notch right here. It is going to be impacting you guys. Again, Manitou, Snyder, Odetta. And this is the county of Tillman, and it is going to be impacting you guys in Frederick. This tornado warning moving off towards the northeast. It is going to be a quick tornado, and it is not going to be an easily seen tornado. This is going to be, it is now 7:50 p.m. Central Time, so it is getting towards that time of night where you can't easily see these. So again, never a good idea to wait for confirmation visually of a tornado, but even now it's even worse because you will not be able to see this because we have now gotten towards sunset time. And this tornado is large and extremely dangerous, but it could be rain wrapped, so you cannot trust that you will see this tornado out there. Again, it's going to be lasting until 8:30 Central Time. It is 7:51 Central Time right now. So this is going to be a tornado warning lasting for at least the next 40 minutes, as long as this holds up. But it does look like this is a fairly potent on-the-ground PDS tornado. PDS, we're going to be referencing that potentially a lot tonight, maybe if this event does borne out like it is forecast. PDS stands for particularly dangerous situation. The National Weather Service only adds that tag whenever a tornado is deemed to be a severe threat and hazard to life above even normal tornadoes. That means that they are confirming that this tornado is even a step above most other tornadoes. Tornadoes are already bad, but this one is an exceptionally severe and exceptionally dangerous one. And they choose their words very wisely, so that means that this is an event they are very concerned about. Again, potentially or particularly dangerous situation with this storm. It is going to be for south central Kiowa and northwestern Tillman counties, again impacting you guys there for sure. So again, like I said earlier, Snyder, Manitou, it is going to be getting to you guys in Manitou within the next half hour. So again, please be taking this seriously. Snyder and Odetta, again, it is going to be getting to you guys a little shortly after that. So very important to take this into account. This is a strong tornado on the ground confirmed. Please don't wait for confirmation for this, and please keep this fact that in mind that we have a tornado down here. If you know anyone around here, please contact them, because again, like I said earlier, they may not know there's a tornado on the ground. They may not know that a tornado is coming towards their home potentially, and they don't have a lot of time to react here. There's not a lot of time to prepare here. And you really need to take precautions as soon as possible. Take your kids, take your pets, and about as much as you can within the next few minutes, because you don't have a lot of time to prepare for this. So again, this tornado making its way up, confirmed and on the ground, particularly dangerous situation towards Snyder and Manitou. Could we take a quick look at the broader scene here just to see all that we have at play for the region? Because again, we are going to focus on everyone here in the region, but I know we can get focused on some of these storms at one time, because some of them can become very quickly a lot stronger, like this one just did. But there is still a lot going on for you guys. We do still have that severe thunderstorm just west of Oklahoma City, and it's moving its way off towards the northeast. That could still produce damaging effects for you guys there, and potentially even a tornado. I haven't looked at that storm in a while because we've been watching this storm south of it that is extremely dangerous. But again, for you guys in Watonga, if you guys in Weatherford and in between, you're watching for a hail threat, a strong wind threat, and potentially a tornado threat. No confirmed tornado, not even a warning. But again, at night, it is just best to take in precaution that this storm has a history of having tornado warnings, and it still has those velocity signatures that we're looking at for potentially seeing a tornado. I know not as strong as earlier. There's severe thunderstorm warning is until Tuesday it's until today, excuse me, at 8:15 Central Time. So it is 8:54 or 7:54, excuse me, Central Time. So there's going to be about the next 15-20 minutes for you guys there. If we could look at the velocity for this, just to see how it's looking for that real quick, just to see if this storm still poses a threat with that. And it does still have a little bit of a signature there, not as strong as previously, so that's why it's not tornado warned. But again, we are still looking mostly a hail threat, mostly a wind threat for this storm, but do not let your guard down with these or any storms here. So again, we have this storm, but our main storm right now that we're watching is for you guys in Frederick. It's for you guys in Snyder, and it is in Tillman and Kiowa counties where we have that confirmed tornado on the ground right now. It is a particularly dangerous situation, and we have a spotter confirmation for this tornado down here. So again, moving towards the northeast. And this is just a perfect example of why we are on the air tonight and why this is such a dangerous situation. Because these tornadoes can almost seem like they're coming out of nowhere. This tornado, and wow, look at that. Right in there, that's where we're watching for this tornado. That is a very strong signature for a tornado right there. If we go look at correlation coefficient real quickly just to see if there is any debris being picked up by this confirmed tornado on the ground. And it doesn't seem as much so, but it is quite possible that it's going through areas without a heavy load of debris, so that's why. But we do have, again, it's potentially this area where we have the tornado here. Don't see a big drop in CC yet, but looking for, seeing confirmation that this tornado is on the ground, and we do have that report right there. So again, very important to remember that these storms are very quick to spin up, and these storms can almost seem to come out of nowhere, but we are going to be on the air just to see, and look at that. That's your classic hook echo right there. That's where your tornado is. Right in here, you have that inflow notch coming into this area right here, and that's where that wind comes in to sort of rush into the tornado. So that's why we're watching this very closely, because this is sort of almost a textbook right here, how strong this storm is. But as I've kept saying, these storms can really intensify very quickly, so it is always important to keep your warnings in a way that you can easily hear them, easily see them, have your TV on, and again, watch for storms like this that is moving its way and showing no sign of weakening. And if we could look back at the velocity scan, yeah, again, because it has almost seemed like it's gotten a little bit stronger. Look at that right there. If we could zoom in a little closer, you could see how it has this couplet right here, these areas right here, showing this strong couplet, yeah, right here. The reds and greens, like I said earlier, we're looking for these inbound and outbound winds. If they're right next to each other, that shows an area that's twisting. And right here, it is twisting very quickly. You guys in Burt are probably going through the brunt of this right now. If you're not in your tornado precautions in Burt already, you should be in them right now, because this is a confirmed, dangerous, large, and extremely dangerous tornado. If you guys are in Manitou, you're probably going to get to you within the next, 8:30 p.m. Yeah, so it's going to get to you guys within the next few minutes here, probably within the next 5 minutes. If you guys are in Manitou, you do not have a lot of time to prepare for this storm. It is showing no signs of weakening, and it is confirmed on the ground. So this storm is moving towards the northeast. It is going to get to you guys very quickly here. So this is why we're so concerned about this, because there's a population center right here of Manitou, and this tornado has this very strong couplet right here, these reds and greens right here. When we're looking at for circulation, you can see broader areas, but this is one of the strongest that we've seen tonight. And it makes sense, because this storm is confirmed large and extremely dangerous, but it's still so worrisome to see something like this going towards Manitou. No matter what the size of the city is, we are still worried for whoever's in the path of this storm. And again, got this large and extremely dangerous, very, very potent circulation right here, not broad at all, very, very small, and that just shows that this system is very, very strong, and it definitely has a tornado on the ground at this point. There is no doubt about that, and we are seeing that this storm has grown upscale. You can definitely see it right here. This is a strong storm here, and it definitely has grown upscale, and that's what we look for in storms like this, just to see how high they've grown, just to show you that these are strong storms, because the higher they grow, it gives you a lot more room to grow that mesocyclone and grow a tornado like that. But again, we're looking for areas like Frederick, Snyder, Hedrick, and for you guys there, again, we've got a very, very, very concerning situation for all of you, because this system is going to be wrapping up very quickly, and not in a way that it's going to be ending. I mean wrapping up like a tornado. This system is continuing to wrap up very tightly, and present a very strong circulation. Again, Snyder, very, very big population center in this area, and it is heading directly your way. So if you're in Snyder right now, you really need to be taking your tornado precautions. This storm is very strong, and it is confirmed on the ground. So for you guys in Snyder, again, we can't emphasize this enough. You need to get there right now. You don't have any time to wait. There is no time to procrastinate getting into your tornado shelter right now, because this is a confirmed large, extremely dangerous tornado. That hook is so evident there. It makes me so concerned for those towns, because there are probably some people there who don't know about this yet. Hopefully we know the sirens are sounding for a tornado like this, so hopefully they're getting that information soon. But again, we do have this strong, strong, evident hook right here showing us that there really is that tornado on the ground, and it is still confirmed. We are still watching this tornado. And also, I want to go back up to that one near the severe thunderstorm warning just north of this one, because it looks like this one, it does have almost a little bit of a hook feature going on. Of course, no tornado warned, nothing like that, but it does sort of have a little bit of a area that makes me think a little suspect, and that circulation
That is very interesting.
is a little stronger than earlier. I wouldn't say the National Weather Service has not tornado warned it yet for a reason, but it almost seems like it's cycling back a little bit. So again, for you guys in Clinton, it's a little north of you, but in Thomas and Weatherford, I would keep a close eye on this storm. I would not be surprised, as I said earlier, if this thing actually wraps up again and becomes a tornado. Again, not warned at the moment, but it is a little bit suspect with how these winds are sort of be strengthening a little bit, and they are still very close together and you can see those colors. That's what we're looking for. And it's sort of having that circular motion there. And that makes me a little concerned to see that. Probably not on the ground. That's what CC shows us here. Maybe these drops right here are probably related to hail. The circulation is not really evident, not really supportive of a strong tornado or even a tornado on the ground. But it does seem like it's almost getting back into that way there. And that new scan makes me a little concerned, because that info notch is very evident there. It might not be a tornado at the moment. It's not even warned. The National Weather Service has not warned it. But that makes me just a little bit concerned for you guys going into Thomas and you guys in that area. I want to make sure that you guys are all informed that there could be a potential situation going on here. Again, not confirmed, and no tornado on the ground, not even warned at the moment. But I am getting a little bit concerned for how the velocity seems to be wrapping up just a little bit with this system right here. Again, we are watching all of these storms here because they very much all are posing a threat to these regions here. Again, watching the circulation on this storm right here, I'm going to try and see if I can get a better look at it on my system. And it does seem like there's a little bit of circulation going on. And it seems like it's translating a little bit from the upper levels. We do actually have a new tornado warning that I want to go to right now in Kansas. And this is from that same QLCS system that we had a warning at earlier. So I'm going to give you a chance to talk a little bit more about it, Chandler, because I know you've been back at the computer looking at these kind of things. So we are going to be continuing watching, of course, those tornadoes down there, but we do have that new tornado warning for you guys in Kansas. So again, watching that system there, making sure that we do have you guys informed for whenever a tornado is potentially going to be dropping. So again, going to be passing off to Chandler to now talk about this tornado on the wall.
That is right. Thank you, Robert. Yes, so we do have another tornado warning, and it's associated with that same area of the storm that we were talking about earlier. It is, of course, past Sharon Springs, but yes, we do see that there was a tornado indicated with that storm. Another tornado report this time in Kansas. Looks like
it might actually not be a tornado report. Just making sure it is a previous tornado report, a dispatch report. It is power lines reported down. So we're going to continue to look into that. Sorry to interrupt you about
yes.
that, but we do have an active tornado situation right now.
Absolutely. Yeah, so we do have a tornado situation going on with this storm right now. It is a tornado warned storm, so of course it is a dangerous situation. Nonetheless, we do see that it has produced some of that hail, but the main situation right now is what the National Weather Service just indicated.
And
there is some of that rotation.
As well, but this, like I said, things would start to pick up here. We do have another new tornado warning, and it is down at that storm we were looking at previously in Oklahoma. So we're going to go down to that now just to cover it real quickly. And it's very evident that there is circulation present with this storm as well.
Yes, like Robert was mentioning earlier, we did see that that sweep from the radar was showing a potential recycling of this storm, and yes, we can see that there is some of that rotation going on. Maybe it's not as evident with the other storm that is a confirmed tornado, but nonetheless, you can see that there's some of those pinks and some of those greens, so it does still indicate that there is rotation pretty tight actually now with this next little sweep. We can really see this really bright pink and this really bright green, and that's just indicating different flows of the wind. And when they're going like this, rubbing back and forth, it really indicates potential rotation. And we also see another storm report damage right from this storm. So this storm is a pretty dangerous storm. It is tornado warned.
It's confirmed as
well. It is confirmed. It is now confirmed. All right, so this is a dangerous situation for people such as in Thomas and other locations just south of Thomas. Of course, we talk about the bigger names cities, but there are communities below, south of Thomas, and you guys do need to also take shelter as well as this storm starts to make its way northeast away from Clinton. Of course, with this situation unfolding, we can really see some of that rotation really starting to make its wrap around, and this really does indicate that we do have a tornado that has spun up. And as Robert uses the timing tool, we can really see that Thomas, Cody, you guys are both in the path of this storm. If it continues to develop and stay tornado warned, you guys are in the path of it. You will potentially see the storm within the next half hour or so. Of course, you guys are already probably experiencing the hail aspect and the wind gust aspect. But yes, there is more. There is a dangerous situation unfolding. This is a confirmed tornado-producing storm. So definitely take shelter. Go ahead and go inside into the interior rooms of your home and go ahead and take cover and continue to listen to National Weather Service as well as your broadcast meteorologist. But definitely go ahead and take shelter. At this point, you are in a tornado warned storm that has produced a tornado. We can see these CC values. This wide area really indicates some of the hail aspect, but also really into these greens. That is possibly where that storm lies. It's really right around here where it's going between the red and the green, really sharp gradient. That indicates that we really can see a potential for a tornado right there. Yes, as Robert kind of indicates, it's right over here. Again, it's a pretty dangerous storm. It is confirmed. It is throwing up some of that debris just north of Clinton. So, of course, if you are in that area, go ahead and take shelter now. This is a confirmed tornado-producing storm. Now, if we can go ahead and go back down to the potentially dangerous situation unfolding here north of Frederick, we can really see that this storm has made its way into Manitoua. Hopefully you guys have taken shelter in this location. And yes, it is still a very strong storm. It still has that rotation involved,
Right.
and it is making its way towards Snyder.
Yep, not confirmed anymore. This is a new warning for it, but it is still having that very strong evident rotation. So I would not be surprised if it is still potentially in play to drop a tornado here. So again, please take this as if it is on the ground. We do not know if it is or not at this point. So it does have a history of producing an extremely violent and a large tornado. So again, very important to remember that these tornadoes are important to take seriously.
Absolutely. Like Robert mentioned, with these new warnings that come out, they do have to caution and cross their T's and dot their I's, make sure that they indicate that, no, there is not a warning attached to this storm, or a report attached to this warning, but there is still a warning that is produced because they can see that there's that rotation, and since it does have the history of producing a storm like Robert mentioned, we still need to treat this like there's a tornado on the ground. Go ahead and take shelter.
Sorry to interrupt, but as I said earlier, things would start really taking off than they are now.
Come on, Robert.
We have a new
Just kidding.
tornado warning. It is now north of Guyman. So this is now another tornado warning. Our radar is a little out of range here, so we're going to take a look at reflectivity. We can really see that this is a situation developing here with this tornado, potentially going to be around this area just northwest of Guyman in Texas. In Oklahoma, excuse me. You are going to be seeing a potentially tornado around this area right here.
That's right, and of course the rotation, you can't necessarily see it because it is slightly out of range, but there is rotation nonetheless. That's why they produced a tornado warning for this storm. So of course this is, again, another one of those serious situations. If you don't mind going back to the reflectivity, we can really take a look at the structure. Of course, this is more of a linear pattern, and it's not like what we're seeing in Oklahoma right now. So that means the storm is embedded within really strong rainfall, and so of course you can't even see it even if it was daylight. It's one of those situations where this thing probably is about more so on the brief side. It will spin up potentially and then die off potentially pretty quickly. But even still, if you are in any area east of this storm, it is still a dangerous situation. One of those situations where you want to go ahead and go inside, go ahead and go into your interior parts of your room and your house, because it is possibly producing a tornado, and it is at least producing hail. We have a history of that with this storm. So places like Mouser, Kansas, you guys go ahead and take shelter. Go ahead and go into the most interior part of your room on the lower floor of your home. And Tyrone as well, you guys are on the edge, at least on the fringe. If this storm continues to have a history of producing strong rains, hail, and potentially tornado, definitely go ahead and go inside. It's still a strong storm and a severe situation nonetheless, and it'll still be whenever it gets to you guys. But definitely in Mouser, you guys are the main potential target of this storm right now as it makes its way closer to you in the next few hours.
Right, Mouser and Tyrone in Oklahoma there, and then also we do have those other tornado warnings on the ground, so we don't want to leave you guys out as well, because we want to make sure we are appropriately covering all of these storms. And right now we're going to look at the one to the north. There is still a tornado warning for this storm as well.
That's right, and yes, this one's the one in Kansas. Sorry, I apologize. That one was one I misspoke about. But this right here, yes, this has a bit of rotation to it. It is heading towards Russell Springs. It is north of Augustine, Kansas currently, and it is producing a lot of strong rains and wind, at least. This big, huge squall line has been for a while now, but right now the National Weather Service has indicated that there is potential for a tornado to be embedded in that strong line of storms. And yes, we can see with Russell Springs, you guys are potentially in the wake of this storm. If you don't mind, Robert, going to the squall line and showing the timing of the squall line in general, this is a storm that's producing very quick spin-up situations where we don't know exactly if there's going to be a tornado embedded in all of these, but there's definitely the potential. So I'm taking a look at the next few hours, and we really see that Russell Springs, Winona, Page City, Monument, and Oakley, you guys are all in the target and the line of sight of this squall line of storms, and it's definitely strong enough to at least produce winds and rain and hail. It has a history of producing that at this point, and of course, with that, it could produce a quick spin-up tornado, as we can see with that warning. But if we can go back down to the Oklahoma tornadoes, that is, of course, another really serious situation unfolding. And of course, we have this tornado down here, or this tornado warning storm down here that is north of Frederick, and it has been trekking northeast. It's been pretty consistently producing a lot of that twist in the atmosphere. So, of course, they just issued another tornado warning to continue for this storm. The storm is continuing to produce that rotation. Maybe it's not dropped the tornado anymore. Maybe that has picked up. We do not know. It is at night, so we do not know for sure if it's confirmed, but that's nonetheless a still dangerous situation. One of those situations where no matter what, if you're in a tornado warning storm, go ahead, seek shelter now. Taking a look at that velocity, you see some of that rotation. Again, this wind's wrapping in like this, and this wind's wrapping in like that. Again, some of that rotation, like Robert's indicating right here. It's really just that sharp contrast with the reds and the greens. That's where we can at least predict that's where the spinning tornado is, if it is on the ground. But at least there's enough spin being produced by this storm that you definitely want to go ahead and take shelter. If you are east of Snyder, if you are just north of Manitoba, you probably have just experienced this strong storm. And of course, if you're anywhere along US 62, go ahead and take shelter as well. It's, of
Yeah.
course, one of the strong storms.
Yeah, exactly. This is a tornado right here that we could potentially be looking at. We don't know that for sure. It is not confirmed yet by the National Weather Service, but this one is still confirmed, and the signature is even stronger than it was previously, as you can see here. Quite a strong signature as we're looking at here. Very concerned for Custer City and Thomas, because this is not only a confirmed tornado, but it is a pretty strong signature that we're looking at right here. Again, confirmed tornado on the ground, and it is going to be moving towards the northeast at 20 miles per hour. So I'm going to put a track for you real quick on that as well.
That's right. And of course, like Robert said, this is a confirmed tornado-producing storm. So definitely if you're in places like Foley, Oklahoma, Thomas, Oklahoma, and Cody, Oklahoma, go ahead and take shelter. It'll be knocking on your door within the next half hour or so. So definitely go ahead, seek shelter, go into the interior part of your room or your home, go into the bottommost floor. If you have a storm shelter, great. If you have a storm cellar, great. Go ahead and head into these safe areas that you guys all should have, and go ahead and seek shelter in those areas. Wait out the storm. This cell in particular should be gone from your guys' areas by about 10 p.m. Central Time. But of course, this situation in general is definitely a more dangerous situation. We have multiple tornadoes that are multiple tornado-warned storms that are popping up across the region, and that will continue for the rest of the night. And with this storm in particular, it's just an indicator that we can really see these stronger supercells that are just going to produce a potentially long-track tornado. If you want to throw up that the correlation coefficients real quick, we can see if it's really producing. Yes, you can see this, at least part of this is probably more so the hail core associated with the storm, but there's definitely a tornado embedded within this signature. And that really indicates that the storm is also hail wrapped, which means even if you weren't to experience the tornado itself, you will definitely experience some of this hail in places like Custer City and in Thomas. So if you are in one of these areas, go ahead, seek shelter now. There is definitely a tornado within this storm. We already confirmed that, and it is producing a lot of hail as well. So again, one of those really dangerous situations unfolding here west of Oklahoma City. So we can really see this.
I just want to point out how strong this little couplet is right here. I believe that couplet on the right side, those little brighter reds there, are actually the green wrapping around. So that means that green is incredibly strong there, along with that red. So that means that, and of course what wrapping around means is that our software can only compute the highest winds at some point. After that highest point, it has a buffer overflow, and that means that it wraps around to the other color. So that means that when it wraps around, it's exceptionally high. So I want to make sure that's the case before I keep saying that. And my radar on my screen over here actually is confirming that. So yes, that means that this is a probably extremely strong tornado right now. So for you guys in Custer City and Thomas, I want to make sure that you guys are in your safe spaces right now. This is a very, very strong thunderstorm, and tonight is definitely going to be a long night. I think I can say that right now, just based on how it has been unfolding right now. These storms are seeming to be popping up by the minute, and it is not a good thing for you guys in Oklahoma. Something I want to look at here is these little showers right here off to the west of that storm. These might be our next ones if they do pop up. It seems like we do have new storms popping up by the minute. But right now, our four main areas of concern are this storm down here, just west of Lawton. It is not going to affect you guys in Lawton at the moment, but it does have a very strong little hook element going to it right there. So again, got that
Wow.
tornadic circulation potentially going on there, and really, really wrapping in those winds. That is pretty impressive.
That is a lot of rotation right there. Definitely, if it hasn't produced a tornado yet, it still has that history of it, and it definitely has that strong signature where we have this winds wrapping around in a bit more of a broad circumstance here, but it still has that sharper greens right here especially, and you can see some of these darker, brighter reds actually right around here. So again, more of that rotation involved with this storm. And so if you're in places like Snyder in Indiana, or Indiahoma, sorry I slaughtered you guys' name, but if you guys are in any of these locations, or if you're along US 62, make sure you guys go ahead and head inside and really seek shelter, go into your safe place. This is definitely a dangerous situation. Maybe it's not confirmed necessarily, but it is still a very
Just
strong
as you
storm.
said, that is now confirmed.
Of course it is. This definitely is then a really dangerous situation. So go ahead and head inside right now. It is definitely not something to screw around with, as we like to put it. But definitely go ahead and head inside and seek shelter. And if you are anywhere north of US 62, keep in mind this thing has been producing tornado warnings for how long, Robert? Like, what, an
Tornado
hour?
warnings at least for the last 30 minutes. I'm think a little closer to an hour, probably around 45.
Exactly.
It was confirmed, and then it was not confirmed, but now it's confirmed again. I'm going to put a quick track on it, northeast at 25 miles per hour. So it is going to be about there, and it's going to be affecting you guys. There actually has no population centers to detect right there, but we do know that there are people living out there. So it is going to be getting to you within the next 5 to 10 minutes for most of you in that area west of Indiahoma and east of Snyder. So those of you right there, and we're also going to zoom out just a little bit just so we can see a little bit broader picture of this storm. If along US Route 62, Oklahoma 49, if you live in any of those areas, you need to be taking cover right now because this is a confirmed tornado, large and dangerous. And this one as well. This one seems to still be producing a strong setup right there.
Wow, Custer City, holy.
Yeah, for Custer City, you definitely need to be into your safe shelter at the moment. And this one's also confirmed. So we do have 2 tornadoes on the ground right now in Oklahoma, moving to the northeast, both moving to the northeast. This one's very close to you guys in Custer City and Thomas. So if you're in Custer City, if you are in Thomas, if you are in those areas, if you are also in the area just north of US, or just around, oh, look at that new scan has just put that in. That is a very strong area of circulation. If you're by US 62 east of US 183, around Oklahoma 54 and around Oklahoma 49, around the city of Odetta, and you need to be into your safe shelter right now. This is a very strong and potentially violent tornado right now for you guys there. So we are looking at 2 very strong and damaging tornadoes right now in Oklahoma on the ground right now. This one right here, Odetta, those areas just northeast of there, you need to be into your safe shelter. This one just northwest of Weatherford, making its way right towards Custer City and Thomas. You need to also be into your safe shelters right now. So again, we're watching these storms, and I just want to point out how strong this area of circulation is right here. And we're looking at it just a little bit over here. You can really see Custer City, you're probably going to take the brunt of it. That's really unfortunate for you guys. We're trying to keep you guys informed. Please take these precautions as soon as possible, because this tornado confirmed on the ground is probably going to be making its way up towards you within the next minute or 2. You do not have much time to prepare. If you have not yet, please take precautions now. Again, both tornado warnings in southwestern Oklahoma have been confirmed and are on the ground right now. So again, we said this would probably be a long night. Looks like it probably will be. We will stay with you as long as this threat continues to threaten your areas. We are also watching another tornado warning up near northwest of Hooker. So this is in Oklahoma. It's almost making its way crossing into Nebraska. It's going to be for you guys in liberal Kansas, and you know that's a bigger population center out for western Kansas. You need to start looking at your precautions right now. You aren't under the warning yet, but this warning has been down for a while, and it is making its way up towards the northeast. So you guys in Hooker, you guys in Liberal, and there are several other cities out here, you need to be taking your tornado precautions as soon as possible. And we're looking at Tyrone on the path of that storm. Hooker, Optima, and Guyman, you aren't really looking at the tornado threat here. You're looking at more of a hail and strong wind threat. But for this tornado threat right here, again, you guys in this tornado box right here, there aren't as many population centers, but we do know that you still live out there, need to be taking that right now. Mostly Hugh and Mauser are in this area right now. You really need to be taking those precautions. Hugoton, Tyrone, you might be in the path of this storm. Hugoton, going to be mainly looking for more hail and wind threat here. And this hail is going to be another thing that we're looking at tonight. Again, these storms will have a threat of producing strong hail already. And yes, so we do have, and I want to also amend something that we said earlier about that tornado, that the report touchdown. It is confirmed that we did have a tornado touchdown. We were a little uncertain about that earlier, off towards the northwest, that tornado up there. So I don't know if there's a warning still in effect for that region. It is not,
but there was a tornado that was put down there earlier, and it was in fact a tornado hitting a golf course on the south side of Sharon Springs, and power lines are reported down. So we do have 3 tornadoes already confirmed tonight. This event has just started, and we already have 3 tornadoes confirmed. That's why we keep emphasizing how important it is to stay tuned and stay informed, because this night, as like we said, we're looking around the 8 to 9 p.m. time frame for Central Time. It is now 8:14, so we're just getting started here. Probably going to be seeing this for the next roughly at least 2 or 3 hours. You really need to be watching these storms for development here. Right now, our main concern is these 3 tornado warning storms, but if you are along the path of any of these, even severe thunderstorm warned, you are on the path of potentially large hail, damaging winds, and a potential tornado. So if you're on the path of any of these, you need to be taking your precautions. Let's actually go back to first the one, the one in northern Oklahoma right now.
Oh.
So the one in northern Oklahoma, it is going, or not northern Oklahoma, but northwest of Oklahoma City, the one near Arapahoe, and right there. Let's take a look at that one real quick. We do still see a strong setup here of circulation. We do still see it going towards Thomas right now. Right there, it has that little notch right there. The hook maybe not as clearly defined as earlier. It potentially is cycling, but just because we're saying that, please, please do not take this as a scenario in which you should be not taking shelter. You must take shelter in these scenarios when you are under a tornado warning. This has had previously dropped a strong and dangerous tornado. Could be still on the ground. It is previously confirmed. Again, right now, you guys in Thomas need to be taking shelter right now. Let's actually take a look at the one near, it is just a little bit north of Frederick. It is making its way towards Snyder right now. Snyder is where we're looking at for this storm. So going towards a little east of Snyder, this one, yes. And that is an impressive, right there, that little velocity, and it is that is very impressive, because not only is it wrapping into itself, it's wrapping again right there. This is probably still confirmed on the ground, and it is on my system as confirmed. So Odetta, along the U.S. Route 62, and I believe this is Oklahoma 50 line. I might have to go back over there to get this the road name up here for you guys, but I do know it's US 62 for you guys going into Odetta. So this is a very strong and dangerous tornado. It is Oklahoma 54. Again, very strong and dangerous, making its way towards you guys right now. Really need to be taking your tornado precautions. This is probably the strongest tornado signature we've seen tonight, and it does not show any signs of slowing down, so please take this very seriously. This tornado seems to be making its way towards you right now, and you must take your tornado precautions. You must get into that lowest level area of your home. Please get your kids, please get your pets. Do not leave your pets. This is going to be a dangerous situation for those in eastern Snyder, western Indiahoma, and into Odette. Again, confirmed tornado on the ground, and it seems to be a very, very strong tornado. I'm going to look at the
Yeah, actually, the National Weather Service said that it is still the particularly dangerous situation. So, of course, it's still one of those situations where the National Weather Service is using pretty strong language. They don't do that unless it is a actually dangerous situation. So they said, impact, you are in a life-threatening situation. Flying debris may be deadly to those caught without shelter. Mobile homes will be destroyed. Considerable damage to homes, businesses, and vehicles is likely, and complete destruction is possible. So if you are along US 62, hit the ditch if there is a ditch. Make sure you get out of your car. That's the worst spot to be in as it makes its way across these larger roadways. Of course, if you are on a property and in a home, make sure you are in a sturdy home, not a mobile home, but try to take shelter in one of those sturdier homes and get into a tornado shelter. It's definitely one of those very dangerous situations, Robert.
Right. If you just look at this new scan here, it is still very, very strong, very, very coupled up in there. We don't want to see this. And as Chandler said, they just updated it to BPDS now. So it is a particularly dangerous situation. As it was earlier, it was not for a while in there. It was, then it wasn't again, and now it is again. So these tornadoes can sort of cycle back off and on again. That's why we want to keep you updated with these storms, but it is really wrapped up in there. That's probably where it is right here. Not a lot of debris for it to kick up, but it still is probably pretty evident right here. We have that CC drop. That could be the tornado right there. It is confirmed on the ground. So there is no reason right now, if you're at the Oklahoma 54 and US 62, if you're traveling along either of these roads, please do not get in this tornado. If you're traveling east from Snyder along US 62, west from Indiahoma on US 62, and south on Oklahoma 54, please stop your car. Please find the nearest building or sturdy structure to get into, because you cannot survive a tornado, particularly like this, going right over the intersection right now. This is a probably very violent tornado on the ground right now east of Snyder. So again, I cannot emphasize enough how important it is that we have, and could you go back to the reflectivity here? We just had a new update to the scan that is on my system. It's pretty astounding how you can see this hook here. It's very astounding how quickly this tornado has wrapped up here. Again, this system has a history of producing violent and dangerous tornadoes, and it is, again, now producing one right now on the ground, confirmed, and this system right here, again, producing one as it makes its way into the cross of 62 and US 62 and Oklahoma 54. Right now, you guys really need to be taking your tornado precautions right now. This is a very evident tornado on the ground for you guys right now. And we are continuing to watch this, of course, because it is a developing situation that is continuing to, right now, you guys in those areas really need to be taking those precautions, because, as I've said, as I've emphasized enough, for Odetta, 8:39 p.m., that's about right now.
Yeah,
so
about 5 minutes.
you have roughly 5 minutes. That's not a lot of time. You really need to be taking your precautions right now immediately. And if we could go back to velocity as well, I want to look at that again, because really see how it's wrapping up in there. And if you could remove that track on there just so we can look at it right there, it is really wrapping up right there. And I don't think I've seen a signature as strong as this since the Amarillo tornado that we were looking at a while back. That was back last year during the moderate risk, and or one of them from the April outbreak. We haven't seen one because, of course, we've gone through the summer. A lot of you guys might not be in tornado mode. I know I'm from Texas. I'm from North Texas. So a lot of us really think that tornado season is really just in March, April, and May, and maybe June. And October really isn't on your list of those things. So you might not be really paying attention. But we do have these outbreaks sometimes. And today is one of those, or tonight rather, is one of those times. And it's really wrapping its way in there. So I cannot emphasize enough how important it is for you to pay attention to tornado warnings, pay attention to these precautions as it's making its way into Odetta. So again, very important to remember that we do have 3 confirmed tornadoes already, and we are watching the situation as it's going into Odetta. And again, a confirmed strong and violent tornado right now making its way into Odetta. If we could look at that other confirmed tornado on the northwest side, or northwest of Oklahoma City, that is also still confirmed and still likely very dangerous, that it does seem to have weakened just a little bit, but again, you can't take that as a license to not pay attention to these storms, because as we saw, this one weakened a little bit, then it strengthened into a very violent tornado, and now it is still tornado warned, making its way towards Thomas. So very important to continue watching these storms no matter what. Right now, Thomas, you need to be into your safe shelters very, very soon. If you are not right now, you need to be there. This is a very strong and dangerous tornado as it's making its way into the east. So again, very, very important to watch it. And I think we should pass back to that other tornado, because it is very strong. And the one near Snyder, because it is that area, not to move around way too much, but we are still watching that. It is unfortunately impressive how strong this tornado has gotten, how quickly it has as well. I don't think you can really get much stronger on a textbook scale than this right here. It is pretty strong. There is no doubt that tornado is on the ground at this point, and it really has that hook. This is what we would see from a mature tornado, a strong one. You guys in those counties right there in Comanche and Iowa, and Kiowa and Tillman counties really need to be taking your tornado precautions as soon as possible for this storm. Again, very important to continue watching these storms as much as possible, because these storms pose a threat to life and property, but we are watching for your guys' lives right now, because these storms are still incredibly dangerous. So again, very important to continue watching these storms. We are watching this one in Odetta. Chandler, what are your thoughts on the storm right now?
That's right. This is definitely the more dangerous situation that we've seen tonight. Very sharp rotation involved with this system. And of course, if you're in Odette, you're in the thick of it right now. And of course, all you can do right now is really take cover, go into your tornado position, getting down on your knees, covering your neck, and just really staying secure, keeping yourself as planted to the ground as possible. This is definitely a strong storm, and it's continuing to make its way. Now it's north of Odetta, and it will start to make its way closer to Oklahoma 49. So if you are in this little region right here, boxed in by Oklahoma 45, or 54, and Oklahoma 49, so 54 and 49, if you're in that little area boxed in north of US 62, definitely make sure you are seeking shelter. This is definitely a strong storm just north of Odetta, and it is a particularly dangerous situation that's unfolding, that the National Weather Service has indicated such. Oh my goodness. You can really see right here. And there is some of that correlation coefficients. So of course, there is some of that debris getting kicked up in the air, even if it's not a lot of debris, because this is possibly out more into the rural areas of Oklahoma. But even still, you can see that there is a potential ball of debris in this storm. Definitely a lot of this right here is all rain associated with the storm, but right here, as you can see, it's kind of hooking in. There is a tornado in this little hook right here, and it is producing a strong, particularly dangerous tornado. So again, if you are anywhere north of Odetta, if you are anywhere along Oklahoma 49 intersecting with Oklahoma 54, again, make sure you're seeking shelter and going to your safe place, whether that is a storm shelter or if it is in your interior room of your home. Of course, again, this is really a textbook tornado supercell. Of course, it's really producing a strong supercell tornado, and this is going to be tracking northeast. We do not know how long it's going to last. The National Weather Service right now is indicating that it could last for a decent amount of time, and of course, these storms have the potential to continue to be long-lasting. Even if they pick back up and then drop back down another tornado, these are basically long-track tornadoes that will continue to potentially go up through Oklahoma. And so really, honestly, if you're anywhere north of this storm, definitely go ahead and take shelter. Definitely keep an eye out on watching TV, watching the TV meteorologist in your local community. Also keeping NOAA weather radio handy, or at least staying in touch via their website. It's definitely one of the key sources of information to know if this storm is going to impact you. Even if it does not drop a tornado near you, it will still be very strong with those winds and that hail. But right now we're dealing with this really strong storm producing a very strong rotation couplet. Again, very indicative of a dangerous situation indeed. We can go ahead and go back north a little bit towards that one storm up near Oklahoma City. Of course,
I actually don't mean to interrupt you. We do have a new tornado warning up near Guyman now. So
all right, so this is another one along with that storm that was producing a tornado. Again, this is a part of that more straight line storm event. So, of course, this is more of a spin-up tornado that isn't as structurally indicative as we saw with the supercell, but it is still a potentially embedded tornado in this storm. We do not know if it's confirmed on the ground yet, but at least it is producing strong winds and hail, and we could see a spin-up tornado in the area. So if you're in Optima, Oklahoma.
Yes, I actually want to say that it doesn't have it on there, but Guyman, it is about to hit you right now. So that is the biggest concern. That is a major population center in that part of Oklahoma. So Guyman, you need to be taking your tornado precautions immediately. Optima, Panoma, Hooker, Adams, it is going to be getting to you within the next 20 minutes or so. So you also need to be taking your precautions. But Guyman, we are very concerned for you. It is roughly on top of you at this moment.
Exactly. Yeah, so this is definitely a dangerous situation for Guyman. Thank you, Robert. So yes, as it goes along US 54, if you are anywhere along that route as it's making its way through the panhandle of Oklahoma, definitely go ahead and take shelter. This is a very strong storm producing wind, producing hail, and right now it's indicating at least enough spin to cause the National Weather Service to make it tornado warned. So of course, if you are anywhere Guyman up to Hooker, definitely go ahead and take shelter now. It is definitely coming towards you. And if you're in Liberal, Kansas, again, that's coming towards you as well. Whether or not it's going to be tornado warned, we do not know for sure, but at least we do know that this strong line of storms has been producing some quick spin up scenarios and at least has the potential to bring you a brief tornado. So again, if you are anywhere in Tyrone, Oklahoma, or Liberal, Kansas, definitely go ahead and take shelter. This is going to come into your backyard here in the next hour, hour and a half. And it is a very strong line of storms with a lot of rain and a lot of potential hail and a brief spin-up tornado
Right, and I
involved.
want to add that this tornado warning also includes the tag for baseball-sized hail. So
Oh
those of
my
you in
goodness.
Liberal and those of you around there need to be taking your hail precautions as well as tornado precautions from this storm as well, for sure.
Again, and those precautions typically can go hand in hand. You really want to go into the interior part of your home because these storms, like Robert just mentioned, if they're producing that big of hail, it goes right through your window, and if you're anywhere near that window, you are in a dangerous situation where you could potentially be impacted by flying glass and flying debris. So again, take shelter. This is producing both tornado or spin-ups scenarios and as well as hail. Going back towards this one that we've been talking about for a while now, it's north of Snyder. It still has that strong hook, and it still has a decent amount of rotation to it, and pretty clear rotation, in fact. And so again, it's really one of those situations where it is still a dangerous situation. Whether or not it is PDS, Robert,
It
can
is
you tell?
PDS, and I want to note that you see those greens sort of like, oh, you would look at that normally and say, okay, well, there's not a clear area of rotation there. It's sort of a little mishmash. Those greens on the right side of that other green are actually the red folding over. So this is a very strong area of circulation. It is a little bit down to where you're pointing, just a little
Right here?
Yeah, right there. So there's those reds and greens. I'm going to put my pointer up just so I can make that clear. These reds and greens right in here, these are your very fast inbound winds towards the radar, and these are red right here. These are not green, these are red going away from the
Okay.
radar.
Oh,
So you
there
see
we
it
are.
right
There we are.
Very strong winds, very strong tornado right there.
Exactly. So now that Robert just mentioned that, yes, with that new sweep, we can see it's definitely a strong tornado still, very much so has that couplet that indicates that we could see a very dangerous situation for anybody along Oklahoma 49, anywhere between Oklahoma 54 and, is that Lawrence, Oklahoma? No, it's
Yeah, we have
yeah.
Medicine Park over there, and then we have Oklahoma 115. So if
Okay,
you're
115,
between,
that's a better zone. Yeah,
Oklahoma
exactly.
54 and Oklahoma 115 along Oklahoma 49, you really need to be taking precautions for this tornado. It is very evident that is right there. And
Yes.
it is, I should also note, we did have that tornado complex yesterday come from Roosevelt to Anadarko, and that was, or not yesterday, Sunday, and it is almost coming through that area again. So if it holds together, which this one has done a very good job, unfortunately, of holding together, it is likely that it could cross past that earlier tornado warned storm that made its way on Sunday through Roosevelt and Anadarko. So this is a confirmed, very strong, very violent tornado on the ground. It is a particularly dangerous situation, and anyone in that path right now, if you are along Oklahoma 4954, if you're a little east of Cooperton, again, we've named these cities before on Sunday, Cooperton, you were in the path. Now we're getting into it with this new tornado. And again, I should emphasize that this, even though it's not April, it's not May here, you should be taking these precautions right now. You should be taking these storms seriously. And we still have tornado warnings and severe thunderstorm warning on this one as well up near Thomas.
Exactly, yeah. It still says that it is, actually no, I take that back. It just was stripped away of its confirmed tornado status. In fact, I think they just removed the tornado warning for this storm. We'll see when the graphic updates, but it's still producing strong winds and still producing enough hail, like Robert was mentioning earlier. It's producing enough hail that it definitely is still one of those situations where you want to go inside. This storm in particular, I don't think that one was the one that was producing baseball size, but it is still producing strong indicative indicators that are at least producing some sort of hail or at least some sort of heavy precipitation within the storm itself. So again, it's a pretty dangerous situation. It's definitely one to keep a focus on as we go throughout the next 15, 20 minutes. It could recycle like we've seen already. It definitely lost its status for a second and a half, and then it popped right back up into tornado status and gained particularly dangerous situation status, which the National Weather Service does not deem all the time. It deems it only whenever it's necessary. So again, these types of storms, they might look innocent after they start to die, but they can regain that strength from the moisture in the atmosphere and really start to develop into a tornado-producing storm.
And again, talking about the moisture in the atmosphere, we actually see some of these new little cells starting to pop up. If these do develop, these will be our next few concerns. We do know around Woodward. I actually have some family around there, so we're going to be watching for you soon. Again, no threat for you right now, but this line is going to be making its way towards you, so we are going to be watching. But right now, we have another threat up near Guyman. This is a situation right now here. It is at the south end of this line. It's a very long line going up towards Colorado. I'm going to take a look at the velocity here, and it's a little bit out of range of this radar, but the National Weather Service is confident enough that this is a tornado enough threat here with this circulation that is going to be warning us. So again, this tornado...
Yeah, you can almost see a little spin on that, Robert.
Yeah, you can almost see a little bit of a hook down there. I'm checking on my system to see if there actually is a little bit down there as well, because it really does look like it on the reflectivity there. And we are watching this system as well, just because it not only has this tornado threat, but as we said earlier, it has a very big hail threat with baseball-sized hail. So again, looking at the velocity here, and it really is kind of in this area right here where you see a little bit of that. I don't want to say hook because it's not really a hook, but it is sort of in here, just north of Guyman. This area right here has a little bit of a more circular feature. That might be what they're warning for sure. So again, watching that right now, and we do have that other one just north that is still also warned. They have a little bit of concern about that as well, and that has a little bit of a more circulation feature as we go up towards this area right here, almost near the border. So again, we do have a situation here for you guys in Hooker, for you guys in Liberal, anywhere else in between. I'm going to put a track on that. Let me make sure the timing is right for this one as well. It is going to be for 30 miles per hour, and we're going to be moving it up here. So you guys in Tyrone and Hooker and Liberal need to be getting into your safe spaces soon. It is going to be impacting you guys very shortly. So again, very important that you guys take this storm into your precautions very soon.
Exactly. We have 3 active tornado warnings, 2 with this squall line, and then we have that one that is a particularly dangerous situation. We'll go back to that. It is trekking along I-44, so if that rings a bell, you know family there, or if you know that you live there, definitely go ahead and take shelter now. You really see with this storm, it is still producing a potentially dangerous situation. In fact, it is still confirmed, and it still is trekking along this route, really making its way towards that little path that Robert was mentioning earlier, where on Sunday we had another tornado go from Roosevelt up into Anadarko. So again, if you live along that line, along that path, this storm will be intercepting that path. Whether or not it still has that tornado status, we'll have to see, but it still is producing a signature that is very indicative of tornadic activity. If you want to go back to that the velocity, thank you. Again, we can really see that there is some of that rotation right there, and it's still pretty strong. It's still very indicative that we are seeing a potential spin up of a tornado, and it is past Oklahoma 49 at this point. So, of course, if you are anywhere east of Oklahoma 54 and you're north of Oklahoma 49, it's really indicative that you guys need to take shelter right now, because it is in your guys' backyard. It is producing a tornado, a particularly dangerous one.
And I am sort of looking at this area over here as well. I just wanted to look on my system to confirm if this is the case, but it almost looks like there's another area of circulation developing over here.
Right here, yeah.
In addition to the current one that we do know is tornado from this one. So something to watch as well. We have seen storms have multiple areas of circulation and drop multiple tornadoes before. That is not a rare, I mean, it's not necessarily a common thing, but it's not an unknown thing. So again, you have to watch this system here, but we do know the major threat is right here with this confirmed area of circulation that is dropping a tornado at the moment.
Exactly, yes. Thank you, Robert. So yes, anybody along Oklahoma 49, definitely take shelter. If you're in a car for some reason, make sure you go to a ditch and cling on to any bush or tree that you can find. Definitely try to find a better structure than that, but if you know for a fact that you're right next to this tornado, go ahead and take shelter. But for the most part, yes, this is the situation that we're monitoring. We've had 3 confirmed tornadoes, and we have 3 active
There's
warnings.
a new
Actually,
tornado warning on this one as well.
and
So,
now we have another warning. So again, we're up to, how many is that now?
I don't know. I don't think this is a confirmed tornado. So, but this is a tornado warning for us now. It is a moving northeast at 20 miles per hour. So again, you guys in Thomas and now Hitchcock and Watauga and Oakwood are now under the gun. I'm going to put a track for you guys 20 miles per hour, and it is going to be going for Cody and Eagle City within the next few minutes. You guys need to be taking your tornado precautions very soon, as this is now a new tornado warned storm.
That's
has
right.
A history of producing tornadoes.
Yeah, it is not confirmed anymore, but like Robert just mentioned, it does have a history of it, and it is a new tornado warning. So again, that spin up is happening again. It has that cyclical effect where a tornado will spin up, and then the storm will die off for a second, but then it will rejuvenate and produce potentially another one. And right now we're seeing that potentially phase again. So of course, definitely don't dismiss it just because it's not confirmed. If you're anywhere in Cody or Eagle City, again, definitely start to take shelter. It is definitely a dangerous situation. Even if it isn't confirmed yet, it still has that history. And so it's really one of those situations where we know for a fact that it is dangerous, even if it's not necessarily one of those situations where there's a confirmed tornado. So again, it's really one of those problems that we see with these systems is they can produce a false sense of security where they start to die off before they go ahead and produce another tornado. So again, if you are in that region northwest of Oklahoma City, make sure you are taking shelter. Now I'll toss things off to Robert to take another look at some of these tornadic producing cells.
Right, thank you, Chandler. Yes, we do have some more tornadoes that we're looking at right now. We do have this one that we've been watching, and this is now again tornado warned. We do have an area of circulation that we are very concerned about going into this area, and it is going to be for you guys in Watauga, for you guys in Hitchcock. We cannot emphasize enough, this storm has a history of producing tornadoes, confirmed tornadoes. So if you are in these areas, you really need to be watching this storm. You need to not only watch, but also take your tornado precautions. And please, please go into an interior room with your kids, with your pets, with everyone in your house. Please make sure everyone comes with you into those areas in Canton, Hitchcock, Oakwood, Watauga, and Thomas. It is right on top of you. So in any of those areas, please take precautions immediately. As Chandler said, if you are outside, you don't have any other good options, please find a ditch and something to hold on to. But please, before that, that is a very worst case scenario, very bad option. Before that, please find any sort of structure. They will let you in. You just go into there, please. And if you're in the path of this tornado, again, it is moving off towards the northeast and Canton and Oakwood and Hitchcock and Watauga. You guys are under the gun for this storm. So take this very seriously. This is, again, it has a history of producing tornadoes. It is not confirmed at the moment, but we do have that other one that is still confirmed and is still very strong and very powerful. And it is just the one just west of Lawton now. And it is now making its way towards the northeast, towards that path right there. And we still have that area of circulation right there. It is still very
And two
evident.
of them, like you said,
Very
holy crap.
evident. We have now a sort of another one started developing. And this might be a scenario where we have this tornado really continuing here through this other area of circulation as well. So we're going to have to watch that. Not confirmed at the moment that we have any sort of 2 tornadoes set up there, but we are watching as this storm makes its way towards the northeast for you guys in these areas, in these counties, to take shelter from this tornado as it is making its way into into an area that has some people as well. It's making its way towards a little west of Apache. It's making its way, and we do have a new scan coming in here as well, around Aden as well. So again, right now moving its way towards the northeast, and this one is, of course, currently active. So again, watching this to make sure that there are tornadoes, that you are informed of the tornadoes again into this area. There is these two circulation areas, and they are right now making their way into the northeast. So we are going to make sure that you guys know that these tornadoes are, this one is on the ground right here. So again, making its way moving off towards the northeast, looking at these two areas of circulation. And as I have mentioned before, it is making its way towards that sort of track that we saw, that other tornado there, around the Cooperton-Roosevelt area. Again, something to be warned about, and the National Weather Service has issued a tornado warning, again, for this storm. It is now no longer confirmed. So that tornado count is now a little bit outdated at the moment, but it is now no longer active, making its way out towards the northeast. It is quite potentially that this is now a new vortex developing over here, and this one's sort of weakening a little bit. So we are watching that this one now, it seems a little more potent. It's moving its way off towards the northeast, and you guys really need to be watching this if you are west of Apache, east of Roosevelt, east of Cooperton, because these tornadoes can spin up very quickly. And we do still have this tornado down here. We still have that tornado just northwest of Oklahoma City, and we do have those two tornadoes in the northern part of the state. So we have a very, very active situation here still going on. We're going to zoom back into this tornado here, or this tornado warning, excuse me, here, so we can look a little bit at it. And this storm is still very much evident, still very strong storm, very much developing.
They just extended that tornado warning to the south, so even though it has been dying off, like you mentioned, it definitely could still cycle back up, as the National Weather Service has indicated.
This one, yes, this one actually seems to be coming back a little bit because it was dying a little bit earlier, but it's almost sort of coming back now because the circulation is not as evident as it was earlier, but the National Weather Service just issued a new tornado warning on it about 10 minutes ago, and that circulation still seems to be a little bit evident there. It is not confirmed at the moment, and we will continue to watch for that. That means we have no confirmed tornadoes on the ground at this point, which is a good thing, but we still have 4 tornado warnings active for separate storms. And we now have a new tornado watch, which we're going to get the details for in a minute. But again, going to talk about this one before we get to the tornado watch, is that this storm right now, you guys just west of Watonga, south of Canton, and you're making its way towards the northeast. It is going to be making its way into areas that you guys need to be watching for this storm. It is very important that even if it's not confirmed on the ground, you guys are continuing to watch this storm as it develops. And almost this new scan almost has a little bit of a notch right there that makes me a little more concerned, because notches, again, as I said earlier, show those chances for inflow. And that means that you have a little more of a mature mesocycle in developing, and that means that it is getting into a tornado stage. Again, very concerning if that is truly, if we can look at velocity. I'm not sure if the velocity scan has come in yet for this yet, but if it has, I would not be surprised if that circulation is just a little bit stronger. And it doesn't look like it really has, but this area would be where we're watching if it really does become into this tornado stage. Again, these two supercells have been very long tracked, and the National Weather Service really mentioned that system for long tracked tornadoes, long tracked supercells over in their discussions earlier, but this is really bearing out. We've been covering these two tornadoes, the tornadoes off and on, tornado supercells, not really having tornadoes again, and it's really sort of showing us that these are long-tracked supercells. And we would not be surprised if more develops. We hope no more do. Tonight has already been a lot for the people of Oklahoma already, but we are still continuing to watch these storms because we are now getting into the peak sort of time that we were looking at for tornado development as well here. So now, sort of transitioning, I'm going to see what the text for the watch is here, just because we now have that new watch issued. It was sort of extended a little bit east. The Storm Prediction Center likely just issued an extension of that watch, and we do not have it in our system yet. We have a mesoscale discussion from a minute ago talking about how that watch is going to be issued a little bit east of here, and it's likely just because these two tornado warnings are making their way a little bit east. We had that moderate risk right here, and I would not be surprised if something else develops in here, but these two tornadoes are really going into an environment a little bit, what we thought of as weaker than these storms, but they are sort of surviving and still very strong tornadoes. So it is not surprising to me that they have issued a watch extension just because of the fact that these tornado-warned storms are making their way towards more of the east than we have before. So again, not yet in our system about the details of this watch, but we are still watching for these areas for tornadoes. So if we can go back to the one near Guyman towards the northern part of the Oklahoma Panhandle, just so we can check back in on that one as well, because there are still 2 tornado warnings active for these, which is a little bit of a long time for more QLCS tornadoes, and that is why we're continuing to watch these. So again, Guyman, Hooker, Liberal are under the gun right now for these tornadoes. And if we could turn on to velocity, particularly because I am concerned for some of these areas where we see more notches, like here and into here, where we could see
Unfortunately, I
maybe
think it's a
tornado.
little far away for that, but
Yeah, it's potentially a little far away for that, but we do still see some higher areas of winds here, and that really does show the potential for areas of circulation, particularly here and here near Guyman. So again, areas where you see these higher velocities are areas where you have the fast-moving winds going into a circulation, and that's where we're concerned for tornadoes. Again, we are seeing a very strong line of storms come into here. This section of this line has been tornado warned for roughly the last hour now. So you can really tell that this is an area that needs to be concerned. As we're moving towards the east, Hooker and Liberal, you really need to be taking your tornado precautions, as well as Guyman and all of these other areas around here in the panhandle of Oklahoma, now going to make its way a little more towards Kansas as it crosses the border. Of course, these are a little bit on the slower moving side, so I would not be surprised if they stick into Oklahoma for a while. We're going to now move back to the one in Oklahoma, the one on the south of the 2 ones we're looking at, the one that we do know was confirmed at one point. I'm not sure if it still is. I don't think it is anymore because my system does not have it as such, but it is still a very strong tornado nonetheless, and that is still something that we're very incredibly concerned about. So right in here, we're watching this area of circulation. If it develops a tornado that is going to be tracked by the National Weather Service as a confirmed tornado. Again, if we could turn on a correlation coefficient just to see if it's kicking anything up right now, it might not be.
oh,
but
I
we
think I
can
see something, Robert.
It's not necessary. We don't really see anything indicative of a tornado at the moment in here, but we do see this area. It's really showing how the storm has this hook right here. So again, these sort of blues right around here are not actually part of the storm. That's not actually debris. That's just winds on the outside that isn't detecting any hydrometeors, which is sort of that raindrop shape, as Sharon was explaining earlier. But we do see this hook here, so I would not be surprised if we do see a correlation coefficient drop later, just because of the fact that the storm has a history of producing tornadoes and could produce another one here. So if we could go back to velocity, just to show you the fact that there really is still a good amount of rotation here on this storm, really into just west of Medicine Park, right there, yeah. There really is very strong inbound and outbound winds. I would not be surprised if we have another tornado that would drop here soon, or if it even is on the ground at the moment. We do not have confirmation, radar or from the National Weather Service, that it is such yet, but again, still very much watching this area. We do have broad tornado, or very broad, but very strong circulations out here as well. So one right here and then one over there. So again, very concerning for us as well. This system is still very strong and very much producing tornadoes. Thankfully, the 2 tornado warnings in the Panhandle have been allowed to expire. So we do no longer have you in Liberal and Guyman under the gun. So I just wanted to say that for you guys right now. Those have been allowed to expire. We are still watching these 2 in Oklahoma. We do not have any active tornadoes at the moment right now confirmed by the National Weather Service. None active confirmed by them, but we do have this sort of hook that we're watching right here. It's very concerning that this hook is still very evident there. So it's very classic shape for if we're going to have a tornado here. Very classic, and I'm looking on this right now, just showing me that there really is a good amount of circulation with this storm, and there is just very evident this is a strong mesocyclone and a strong supercell here. Right here is our area of probably biggest concern. We also have one right here, so 2 really areas of circulation, and they seem to both be very strong at the moment. So again, just because the fact that this storm, yeah, right in there, that's one of them, and the one to the west of it as well is also very strong. And if you could put back on the reflectivity so I can point out exactly where that hook is, because yeah, right there, that's very concerning, because you see that hook right there, that shows that inflow notch, and that is an area that we're looking for potential tornado development. Again, very classic shape of a tornado, very crucial that all of you right there around Oklahoma 115 are taking cover from this potential tornado. So again, this is the one that is probably our area of biggest concern, but if we have not mentioned you at the moment, that does not mean that you are not under a current situation that that you should not be paying attention to, because anywhere in these watches you should be paying attention to storms. Yes, Boone and Hatchetville, you are under the gun within the next few, roughly around 20, maybe even 30 minutes here from this storm. You really need to be taking your safe spaces, taking your precautions now, because these areas are under the gun from this potential tornado. This storm has a history of producing violent tornadoes very quickly, so please stay safe, be safe, not sorry, and just take this as it is on the ground right now, and please pay attention to it. We have
All
a
right,
new
Robert,
tornado
not
warning.
to interrupt, I think we have another tornado warning
Yep,
in Kansas.
as I just said, yeah, we have a new tornado warning up in the Panhandle, and it is right under that area by Guyman, just northwest of Guyman, and is going towards Liberal right now. So if we could zoom in right back on that at the moment. We have another
Actually,
one.
I was talking about this one up here.
Okay, so let's go to the Guyman one first, because we do know that that's going towards a major population center of Liberal.
Liberal, Kansas, yes, sir.
Yes. So moving its way towards the northeast. Again, we are a little bit far out from the radar here, but if you could put the velocity just so I could see it, yeah, again. So not much that
Still
you're seeing here,
messy.
but it would be in this area where you have those area of highest winds. If you could head back to the reflectivity just so I could explain it on the radar. This area right here, we have this potential notch is where we're looking at. You look in these lines for any sort of breaks or notches where these tornadoes could form. So again, Liberal, Hooker, the U areas are under the gun right now. So again, right there. The rest of you along this line, probably not as much under the gun from this storm. So Adams, Arklon, Seward, you're mostly under the threat for a high winds. So not really looking at you, but Hooker, Liberal, and maybe Arklon if it holds up. We're going to be watching for this storm. It is potentially dropping a tornado here. Let's actually go to that next one you were talking about in the north. We have another tornado warning that we're watching, and it is in Kansas. And this one is along the line as well. So we have these QLCS tornadoes. When I ever say QLCS, I mostly mean just talk about a line of storms. And this one, again, really right in here, probably right where you have that sort of little, very, very tiny notch. That's my speculation. If we go over to velocity just to confirm that, if that's the case.
Oh, wow.
And I really
Just
do
south of
see
Oakley.
that area right there where we have this strong inbound and outbound winds. Now, I was talking about areas of where you see where you see winds very strong on one side and the other as areas of concern. Not really down here, just because these are strong winds one way and strong winds the other. We aren't really seeing strong circulation here, but here is where we do see it, right in here. That's why this is warned. Like I said, we're looking for areas of circulation evident. And again, not the whole line that we're looking at here, just for you guys in Oakley and West Saline and Grinnell, not really Smith. But as you're moving out towards the northeast, along the I-70 corridor is where it is right now. It's moving its way off towards the northeast, though. Maybe Kenneth if it holds up, but this tornado warning right here, this box, really for this right here, yeah, Kenneth, Angelus, and Seguin. You guys are going to probably need to take your tornado precautions again. These tornadoes can spin up very quickly, particularly of this kind, as I said earlier. So very important to remember that these tornadoes, can't see them. It's now 9:06 p.m. in Central Time, but this is actually a Mountain Time, so it's a little early, around 8:06. But still, for you guys, it is past sunset time, so you can't really see this tornado. So again, don't go outside. Don't try to see this tornado before you actually are confirmed of hearing it from the National Weather Service or hear a tornado warning from any of these storms. Take precautions immediately as you hear them.
Absolutely.
So, yes.
Just for the locals, Robert, the counties that are in question for this storm in particular are northeastern Logan County, that is, of course, close to where it currently is, and, of course, also northwestern Gov County, that also is around where we just see the center of circulation currently. And then we have southeastern Thomas County, and also we have Gov County. Or I think I said that one actually, Sheridan County in northwestern Kansas. So again, these 4 counties in particular, you guys are in this tornado warning.
Right. Let's actually go back to the one in Oklahoma, the south one of those 2 storms, because there is a very evident hook on that one right now that I'm looking at. Because, again, these storms have been tornado warned for a while, and we're still very concerned about them. Right here, where you see that top area of circulation, or the east area of circulation right here. I'm pointing out multiple because there really are multiple here, but this one's the one we're looking at right here. If you go back to reflectivity, you'll see that really corresponds to a notch right there and a really big evident hook. This storm This storm's probably been the strongest one we've been looking at tonight. This one has been showing for the last hour or so, a very strong presentation, nothing you want to see for these areas. So again, it's making its way towards the northeast, towards areas a little bit west of Anadarko and a little bit east of Roosevelt. So again, we are watching these tornadoes here, and it is making its way towards the northeast. So if we could go back to velocity real quick, actually, just so I can look at that one. Yes, right there, really wrapping its way in there. We have this velocities right here. So again, very, very important that we take precaution from this, because this is very, very tightening up very quickly. And I would say that this is a very strong tornado couple right here. And we actually have something called a tornado vortex signature, or a TVS, on this right now. That basically is a computer saying that it sees a tornado right there. We do not have any confirmation that there's a tornado, but a computer is saying that it really sees all it needs to see for a tornado, and that's a level 10. So there's a very strong TVS right there. Again, not a confirmation that a tornado is on the ground, but we do really see a strong presentation for a tornado couplet as well. So you guys in Alden, for you guys in Pine Ridge, Fort Cobb, and Nowhere, all those cities right there, it's going to make its way into the next roughly 10 to 20 minutes. And maybe as you go out towards Fort Cobb and Nowhere, that's probably going to be a little bit longer for you guys, around 30. But again, all these areas, very important that you take your tornado precautions, because this is a very, very strong and violent system, and it has been, and I hate to really repeat these words, but it just continues to show a consistent radar presentation of a strong and dangerous storm. Again, even if it's not confirmed, it's very, very important that this tornado is being taken seriously, and these storms are being watched. So right now, you guys in Alden, Pine Ridge, Fort Cobb, and Nowhere, it's going to be within the next, for you guys in Alden, it's going to be within the next probably 10 minutes here. Pine Ridge is going to be within the next 20, and Fort Cobb and Nowhere, so it's probably going to be within the next 30 to 40 for you guys. Everywhere in there should be taking their tornado precautions right now, immediately. You should not be waiting to see this storm, you should not be waiting to see this storm as it goes up towards those areas. And again, I can't emphasize this enough. These are nighttime storms. Not only should you not be waiting to see a tornado previously, but now really need to, as it goes into these areas like Alden and Pine Ridge that are under the gun from the storm for the next roughly, I would say, around 10 to 20 minutes, really don't have a lot of time to prepare for this storm here. Just take this tornado warning as fact. Take it that it is on the ground. Even if we don't know if it is, take it on the ground. Alden, Pine Ridge, you really need to be getting to your safe shelters immediately. And then Fort Cobb and Nowhere, really need to start preparing for that within the next few minutes or so. You don't have a lot of time to prepare, so again, very important that we prepare for this storm. Let's take one more look at the one just north, the northern storm. Still tornado warned, still has a little bit of that situation that we're watching for maybe some more tornado development. Again, as we're going into Watonga, it doesn't really have as severe a radar presentation as some of the other storms, but it still is evident there. This is a strong storm, a strong supercell, and it does have that radar presentation of a strong, potentially tornado-producing storm. We have this tornado warning for the next around 19 minutes for you guys. Again, our times are in Eastern, but these times here that say CT are in Central, and you guys in this part of Oklahoma are in Central time. Again, watching this storm to see if there is a tornado here. It's warned just in case for you guys there. So we are keeping you guys informed around Hitchcock and Canton and Oakwood, Thomas as well. Again, very important that we are watching for you guys there as well, for all of you in this tornado warning. Again, not necessarily tornado on the ground, but please, again, as I said in the last one, take this tornado as if it is on the ground. It's very important, and important for your life that it is, because this tornado could potentially be in the situation where it could be dropping on the ground, and we're just not entirely sure that it is. So again, these tornadoes are very strong and very severe. So again, we are going to be continuing watching these tornadoes, and now we're going to take a quick break, and we will be passing off to commercials, but we'll be going back in a few minutes. Thank you.
Hello guys and welcome back. Yes, we did need to take a but currently looking at the radar, we can really see that we have a lot of storms that have developed tonight so far, and really honestly in the area of the tornado watch that the National Weather Service had issued previously a few hours ago. Even they updated it again, but again it's communicating that this is going to be a potentially 2 hours long journey ahead of us. Again, multiple storms along this line right here, and of course we're talking about 2 supercells also down here just south of Oklahoma City and just north of Oklahoma City. So again, we have 5 tornado warnings that we're really taking a look at along this system right here, and then these 2 supercells. So we'll take a look at the one that has been causing the most trouble tonight, the one west of I-44 down just past a couple other cities that we all have been talking about tonight, but such as Snyder. But again, it has that rotational signature. It's a little bit dying off now. A little bit is what I emphasize. Hence why we are still taking a look at this system, but it is still a rotational system. It definitely has still that signature that indicates a tornado is potentially in this storm. Of course, it is not confirmed, but it is still a dangerous situation. One of those situations where, while it was stronger earlier, it still is producing that rotation that it can be indicative of another tornado on the ground. So again, if you are anywhere south of Carnegie, Oklahoma, again, just taking a look at this general area, definitely go ahead and seek shelter. It is still rotating, it is still spinning and causing a potential dangerous situation. We'll have to continue to monitor to see if it is confirmed or not by the National Weather Service or a trained spotter. But again, a lot of that rotation and a lot of dangerous situation with that one. But of course, we have other warnings as well.
Tornado warning now for this storm up here. There was one issued a few minutes ago, but then there's now a new one that is now issued. You can see pretty clear rotation right here, just north and east of Oakley on this one. The new tornado warning is this polygon that's going off towards the north and west, or north and east, excuse me.
That's right, yeah. So there's another potential area of rotation. This is in Kansas, so south of Menlo, excuse me, and it is south of US 24, so anyone along that interstate and intersecting with US 83, just east of that area, that's where we're looking at this rotation from this line of storms. So of course, they're issuing a couple of these warnings because there are multiple areas of interest where there is potential rotation, and this one is the key area of interest. Of course, again, it is rotating a decent amount, and it's something that we have to take a look at over the next few minutes as it makes its way northeast along this line. Of course, it is looking to continue to go towards US 24 in between Menlo and Kenneth, and so anybody in those communities or in between those communities should be taking shelter. Of course, this strong line of storms, and it's definitely something to take shelter in place from anyway, even with the threat of tornadoes maybe not as significant as the supercells in the Oklahoma, but again, still, all it takes is one tornado, whether or not it is strong or not, to wreck somebody's life. So again, make sure you guys are taking this seriously. Of course, we're seeing a lot of heavy downpours along this front. It's really a long front. It's stretching from northern Kansas all the way down into Oklahoma. And speaking of Oklahoma, we see these 2 warnings near Guymon that we were talking about earlier, and they're still sticking around. Just new rotational sectors of this line of storms. Again, more rotation just near Hardesty and Hooker. So again, a couple of different warnings that are both for the same type of event. We have these quick spin-up tornadoes that could potentially form from this line of storms. So again, if you're in these communities east of Guymon and close to US 24 or US 64 and US 412, again, this area is in the tornado warned sector. It is indicated that there is some rotation in the atmosphere. Whether or not it's confirmed, it doesn't really matter. This is a nighttime event. It's one of those situations where something can spin up very quickly, and all it takes is just one scenario to wreck somebody's life. So again, make sure you guys are taking shelter from these in these warnings. And if you're near Liberal, Kansas, again, we've been shouting your name for the past about 20 minutes or so because you guys are right about to get hit by this line of storms that's really strong, has had the history of producing wind and strong wind and even strong hail as well, or large hail, excuse me. And of course now it has a few tornado warnings attached to it. So again, if you are anywhere along this line, US 54 going north towards Liberal, Kansas, again, I would suggest going ahead and taking shelter because this line is very strong and it's making its way quickly towards you. But again, we can take another look at the warning just to the
And we have a new
north.
tornado warning, of this storm now. This just southwest of Copeland, south of Haskell, and this one is a new tornado warning. And there's a little bit of a circulation evident right there as well into that little, you can see almost there's a little bit of a comma, and on that south side there's a little bit of rotation. I'm going to point that out with the pointer here as well. Right into here, it has that very evident rotation going into that region, and that's why they've warned this as well. So we are seeing quite a lot of activity on this line tonight and quite a lot of activity out there for sure.
Exactly, yeah. So another tornado warning, like Robert mentioned. This one, again, associated with this long line of storms, and it's really producing intense rainfall and hail. It has been doing that for a while now, but now that there's this extra spin, let's go ahead and look at the velocity and see if there's an indicator of spin. And there is. It's a general spinning setup where we have a general bit of rotation involved with the system, and all it takes is a little bit in these scenarios to really spin up a quick, brief tornado. And of course, as we've mentioned, it really doesn't matter if it's brief or not, it can still impact lives.
Yeah,
So
and
again,
if you look at those inbound winds are a lot higher here and than they are over there, so it's quite possible that this is a couplet right here. That's what we're really looking at for that tornado if there is one.
absolutely. So again, some of that more general rotation right there, but it still is something that, like Robert mentioned, is something to look out for. And if you are in Copeland or along US 56 going north towards Copeland and Montezuma, again, just taking shelter, making sure that you are in a place that is in the interior walls of your home definitely is something to take a good long look at, and definitely something to do as we stay tuned to this event. This event's still going to last about another hour and a half. So again, it's one of those scenarios where we really want to keep weather aware, especially as this system really makes its way bearing down on you in Copeland and Montezuma. Again, really dangerous situation. But I guess we can go ahead and make our way back down south towards Guyman. Maybe actually let's go towards that storm west of I-44. Check back up on that one. It had shown a decent amount of rotation again, but just taking another look at that one. Again, that is a very strong tornado signature. Again, we have a very tight couplet here, and it's very indicative of another rotating storm. So again, it's one of those situations where if you are in this open area right here, just west of US 281, again, definitely go ahead and take shelter. It is a strong storm. It has a history of producing tornadoes, so this is something to take a look at and make sure that you're taking cover. Maybe its velocity isn't as strong as it was, but it still is very strong for a supercell, and it's one of the situations where it is very much so a dangerous situation. And because of the history of the storm, it really is a dangerous situation for this nighttime event, because with the multiple tornadoes that it has produced, it's really just feeding off of all the moisture around it. And it's definitely one of the situations where we have seen this, we've been tracking it for probably going on an hour and a half now.
Right. And I earlier I was a little bit confused about the nature of the circulation, and now it does seem that it has not, I would say, just barely weakened just a little bit. Definitely not as potent as it was earlier, but that does not mean that you guys should take it any less seriously, because as I've said previously, And as Chandler has said a lot as well, these storms can really wrap up very quickly, and they can pose a very severe potential very quickly. So again, this storm has some circulation in it as well, same as the one with Watauga, and that one is still tornado warned as it's moving out towards the northeast. So these are storms that we should really be taking seriously as well.
I think this one has died off.
Yes.
Our graphic is still catching up to that, but
Okay.
so, but
Yeah,
this
yeah,
one
good-
is still
good to know,
producing
good
a
to know.
lot of heavy rain, like you mentioned earlier.
Producing a lot
Heavy
of
rain.
heavy rain and also producing a hail potential. It is still severe warned, and also, as we said, not to repeat too much, but these storms can cycle back, and these are always a tornado threat, particularly after they have been shown to produce tornadoes before. But we do have several active tornado warnings. If my count is correct, we have 6 active, 7 with that before it expired, but now after that one expired, it is now 6 active tornado warnings right now. Basically, anyone under this watch really needs to be watching these storms because they are under the gun.
Exactly, yes. 5 embedded within this long line of storms, stretching from Guyman up to portions of Copeland, Kansas. So again, we're seeing a lot of those strong storms embedded within this line of storms. And it's one of those very dangerous situations because you can't really see this thing coming. It's at nighttime, and it's also rain-wrapped, potentially hail-wrapped. It's one of those very dangerous situations. So if you are east of this here system, I would definitely recommend going ahead and heading inside, even if there's not a tornado warning corresponding to your area. It's definitely still one of those situations where a brief spin-up tornado can occur even if it's not warned, just because the system is so complex and has so much rotation about it. And so now we'll look, I'll take a little bit closer look at one of these systems. Again, this one right here is the one we've been talking about for a while now. It's making its way towards Anadarko. So again, it is still long-lasting, still has that rotation to it. Very strong winds right here, and strong winds right there. So again, a lot of that rotation, a lot of those winds going against each other, and that usually indicates a tornado, or at least enough spin in the atmosphere to produce one, even if we have not confirmed it yet. Of course, keeping in mind that this is a nighttime event, confirmations will be a little bit more on the lagged side. So again, we won't know if this storm has produced a tornado in this area until potentially tomorrow and into the next couple of days. But again, it's still very strong rotation, and it's going to make its way towards US 281. So again, if you're in this area at all, definitely go ahead and start taking shelter. When we start talking about like Fort Cobb, you guys also need to start preparing for shelter. This thing has been a long tracking system, and it has been producing a lot of those tornado warnings, and has a history of producing very destructive and violent tornadoes, and has been doing that for about an hour and a half now. So if you are in Pine Ridge, 1019, so again, in a few minutes, close to about half an hour, you guys can expect to see this system really make its way
I think
towards
those
you.
times are wrong there, so it is going to be within about 5 to 10 minutes. And
Okay,
it's-
that makes more sense. Thank you, Robert. I was kind of confused as well.
Yeah, no worries, no worries.
Yeah, so Pine Ridge, you guys need to go ahead and just start taking shelter immediately. And then up to Fort Cobb, you guys need to start really being weather aware and go ahead and start making your way towards your safe place as well. And just keeping an eye on the weather as this thing continues to cycle back and forth between tornado and tornado. The fact of the matter is we do not know when it's not producing a tornado. So always err on the side of caution. It is still rotating, and it's still something to take into account. And then making our way back up to the Oklahoma Panhandle, we've been seeing this area have multiple tornado warnings for the past few hours, actually, or for the past hour or so. And of course, that's quite interesting considering this is a line of thunderstorms. Typically, those do not produce these long-lasting tornado warnings, but this has been, and it's indicative of how much twist is in this line of storms. It's really producing a lot of these bends, and you can see with these bends that they're really, honestly, one of those situations where you have this going on, where you have just winds that are competing against each other, creating a little bit of that spin in the atmosphere.
And
So
I should
again,
also mention that those storms are roughly about to enter that moderate risk, so that area right there.
it's
they're-
corresponding, yeah.
Yeah, they are really getting into that area of the highest tornado potential, which means that there is a lot more energy for these storms. That means that there is a lot more potential for these storms to continue to stay. And also, the SPC has issued a mesoscale discussions. They are talking about them, and they are talking about the fact that there is a very great near-term severe threat from these storms. From particularly around this area, this line going east that we see right here, east of Guyman, moving east. Some of these storms to the south of it, right here around Spearman, going towards west of Pampa, Texas. These might pose some threat to it soon as well. And then, of course, these two storms are going to be our biggest threat as well. So watching into the next hour, hour and a half, 2 hours here, according to the mesoscale discussion, the threat definitely is not even close to ending. And these threats are going to be our biggest ones, of course. The mesoscale discussion is saying that there is a cold front along the line here, and then, of course, we have that warm front south of these storms pushing north. And that's really what's potentially giving us that situation here for all these severe weather events. So going back up the line again, we talked about the ones in Guyman. There is, of course, this one south of Lockport and west of Copeland as well.
That's right, and we can still see that general spin in the atmosphere associated with this part of the storm. And it's really been tracking pretty close with US 56. Was that just a new tornado warning that was just issued?
Yes, that is that is an extension for that tornado warning. Let me get the details on that from my system here. That means that they are confident this storm is continuing. It's not actually in my system, so I'm just going to do it on air here. We have it on here, and it is going to be for Copeland and Montezuma. And it's along the US 56, the US Route 56 corridor. Okay, I have it here. It is going to be until 10 p.m. Central Daylight Time, of course. That is, so we're moving towards Copeland and Montezuma. At 9:34 Central Daylight Time, severe thunderstorms were capable of producing both tornadoes and extensive straight-line wind damage there. And it is radar indicated. So yes, we do have a new tornado warning for Copeland and Montezuma. This is for Gray and Haskell counties in southwestern Kansas. So that is our situation right there that we're looking at.
Exactly, and that really is just indicative of this line of storms that has had a lot of bend to it. You usually don't see these long-lasting extensions for tornado warnings, but with this storm in particular, has been producing a lot of those longer-lasting tornado warnings.
There is an area right here just west of Dighton. It's not tornado warned, but if there is another tornado warning on this line, I would not be surprised if it's here. Broad circulation, nothing tornadic yet, I would say, but definitely something to watch out for.
Yeah, there's definitely some competing winds there, just west of Dighton, like you said. It is severe thunderstorm warned, which part of the element to those warnings is that there's a potential for a quick, brief spin-up tornado. So definitely the NWS is still indicating that there is still that potential. And of course, if you are within this area south of Jerome, Kansas, then definitely go ahead and start taking shelter. And there's another spin up. This is tornado warned. It is west of Kenneth.
Kenneth and Selden, so I'm
Yeah.
trying to make sure which warning we're looking at here. This is around US Route 24 and around US 70. Okay, so this is one that was this is just extended about 5 minutes ago.
Okay,
And
so they're still indicating that there is that spin with that storm.
Yes.
So again, some more of that rotation, really indicative of a potentially longer lasting event.
yes, for sure. Yeah, these storms continue to produce potential tornadoes here. Continuing to watch all of them. We're watching that one right there, watching this continued one, and we are continuing to look at the situation down near Liberal and now east of Guyman. Again, very important to watch out for you guys in Liberal and Hooker now as this storm continues to make its way towards you guys over the next few minutes.
Exactly. Really want to emphasize those in Liberal. You guys are about to get the brunt of it, even though this might not reach to you guys by with tornadic signature. It still does have that tornado warning, so it could, definitely. But you guys are definitely about to get hit with some more rain. You guys are already in the thick of it, but you guys are going to get hit by more rain, potentially a little bit of hail involved as well. And there is this tornado warning And if it is extended, it'll go into your guys' neck of the woods as this system makes its way west to east, going a little bit more onto the northeast side. So again, it's really trekking with this U.S. highway right here. So again, it's one of those situations where if you guys are in these heavily dense, rain-dense, storm-dense areas, definitely just start making your way into the shelter. These storms really are just producing not only tornadoes, but also a lot of other dangerous elements. But speaking of tornadoes, let's go back to this tornadic supercell that has continued to chug along, and it's been chugging along for an hour and a half, maybe potentially getting on to 2 hours now.
I would say that it's almost trying to form a new, more tighter area of circulation right here. This seems to be a little more tighter and a little more bright than our last scan.
That's right, yes, that's right. The brighter red is closer to the brighter green, so again, it's indicating faster winds that are moving against each other, in which that usually creates a lot of spin, and if the ingredients are right, it will drop a tornado. And well, this thing has the history of dropping tornadoes, and particularly dangerous ones at that. So this system, while it has not been confirmed to be a current tornado on the ground, it still is creating a lot of that spin, and it's really indicative that this thing will potentially drop a tornado. And so anybody near Fort Cobb and in between Carnegie and Anadarko, definitely go ahead and start seeking shelter, getting into your safe place. It's definitely coming right towards you guys, moving northeast, and really, honestly, one of those dangerous situations. It's just kind of really tight coupling. It's been doing that for a while. It's one of those really dangerous supercells that we've seen tonight. It's probably the strongest one that we've seen tonight, like Robert's mentioned. It really hasn't slowed down, and it hasn't decayed much at all. And taking a look at the timeline that we see here, 10:04 p.m. Pine Ridge. So again, those times might be a little off, but you guys are you guys are basically in it right now. And Apache, Apache, you guys are definitely about to see this tornadic supercell as it's making its way northeast towards you guys. So again, in the next 10, 20 minutes. So again, definitely go ahead and seek shelter, get into your safe place. And even extending upwards to Gracemont, you guys need to continue to keep an eye on this storm because it has been producing these tornado warnings for a while now.
Right. I would say that it does seem to be not necessarily holding together as much, and the warning is scheduled to expire in 3 minutes. I'm not sure if they're going to issue a new one for that. We'll have to see. They might, in fact, reissue one for that.
Yeah, there might be enough rotation with that one, but we'll see.
Yeah, well, these ones are definitely still tornado warned, still very concerning by Liberal and Hooker, and then this one down here as well by Hardesty, definitely moving towards the northeast, towards the US 83 corridor. Very important to continue watching these storms for sure.
Exactly. In between US 54 and US 83, like Robert mentioned, it's just funneling its way along this highway, making its way towards Liberal. And while the tornado warning, when is that scheduled to expire actually?
It's scheduled to expire in about 3 minutes here. So
okay, so they'll probably end up either updating it or it will expire. But anyway, it still is indicative of a lot of spin in these storms. So a quick, brief spin-up tornado is not impossible for you guys in Liberal right now. So definitely take shelter. Make sure you guys are indoors and inside interior rooms in your home. Again, we have another warning here too, and it's still associated with that nice little bend in the storm. And so, of course, there's a potential for a spin-up tornado in these bends, and this one in particular. So if you guys are anywhere along US 412, again, just start taking shelter. This storm is upon you. Definitely just get into the interior room of your house. Definitely
I do want to,
take
not
shelter.
to interrupt, sorry. No, I do want to provide an update. This one is confirmed by Haskell and Copeland and Montezuma. This one is
Okay, this one's confirmed. This one's been going on for a while now. That's the extension, right? So this is the extended warning, and we have that spin, that general spin associated with this storm.
Not exactly the kind that we would see from a supercell, but that's because these are different kind of tornadoes. And
exactly.
These can spin up very quickly. So yes, right in there is where we're looking, and this one is confirmed.
It is confirmed. So that means anybody north of Copeland, you guys are right in the thick of it. Definitely go ahead and make sure you're seeking shelter. And going along this U.S. Route 56, in Montezuma, you guys are on the edge of this warning, but still take shelter. Anybody to the west and northwest of Montezuma, go ahead and start taking shelter as well. This thing is making its way pretty quickly at about, what, 40 miles per hour, Robert?
Yes, it is 40 miles per hour in the last warning, and it is still 40 miles per hour, so I'm going to put a track on that, just so we see what cities are in the path of this supercell, or not supercell, but storm right here. So it's going at 40 to the northeast, and it's going to mostly impact Cimarron, Howell, and Dodge for you guys soon. So, and Montezuma, west of you guys, also if you have households in those areas, very important along the US 56 south of US 400 corridor. That is very important for this storm because it does not show any signs of slowing down at the moment.
That is right, exactly, Robert. Yes, this area right here that didn't indicate like the population centers in those areas, but anybody that owns a property there knows that they need to go ahead and take shelter with this storm.
I do have an update. They have extended the tornado warning for our storm in southwest Oklahoma. So they have extended the tornado warning for this one. They have allowed it to continue. It is sort of on that radar, the sort of dividing point between our two radars here. That's why it keeps switching off and on. This one is going to be for 30 minutes here, and this is not confirmed, but they have reissued it. That shows that this storm is still much strong. Maybe not having the strongest signal here, but we don't know if there's a tornado on the ground or not right now. It could be. We absolutely have no really good way of determining that at the moment, just because it is in a very unpopulated area, and it is in an area where it is now very much after dark. So really can't be waiting to confirm if this is here. Just take this as if there's a tornado right now.
Exactly. It's making its way trajectory towards Gracemont in between Carnegie and Anadarko. So again, if you have any property out here, if you know anybody that has any property out here and you live out here, just make sure you're going ahead and taking shelter, getting into your safe place, going into the interior room of your home, because this storm has been long-lasting and long-producing tornadic activity, and a lot of that spin in the atmosphere again. So it's really just a dangerous situation overall. We've just seen how particularly dangerous it has been. So again, really just keep in mind that this is the main storm that we're looking at, and it's a storm indeed that we really want to continue to keep in mind as we're going throughout the next half an hour. Like Robert mentioned, this system will continue, or this warning will continue for about 30 minutes, and as it makes its way along US 281, Robert.
Right, yes, we are looking at these storms here, and there is this one right now. Right now we are looking at Anadarko and Carnegie, and we are definitely watching this storm as it goes towards the north and east. And we do have a situation here where this storm is still continuing to produce these signals that it is potentially trying to get a tornado into action here. And right now, again, I do want to say, we can zoom out here in just a second, that we have a little bit of a better situation than we were looking at earlier. We only have 2 active tornado warnings at the moment, which is still a lot and way too many. But compared to earlier when we had almost 7 at one time, we only have this storm of concern and the one that is confirmed on the ground west of Dodge City. We're going to continue to look at this one for another minute. This one is making its way towards the northeast, west of Anadarko, and it's going to be east of Carnegie and south of Henton and south of that I-40 corridor. Any of you in this area need to be taking those tornado precautions very seriously, because this storm has a history of producing very strong and violent tornadoes, and it is still a potent storm as it continues to move off to the northeast. So again, continuing to be tornado warned, continuing to be concerned for us. And let's also take a look at that one up near Dodge City, a little bit west of Dodge City actually.
Yeah,
and it is
the confirmed one.
Yes, still confirmed tornado on the ground right now. And we have a report, and the report was only about 10 minutes ago. So this storm is still here, and it has a very, very evident nature where you see those winds are sort of bowing in, and that's where we're looking at for that tornado. Potentially right in there would be where it is. It's a little bit north of US Route 56, a little west of Montezuma. Anywhere in there, you really should be taking those tornado precautions as soon as possible. I would not be surprised if they issue another tornado warning to extend that, because it is getting towards the northeast side of that. Again, this is a tornado warned storm that is confirmed. It's moving its way. If it holds up, it makes its way to in Cimarron and Foote in probably about 30 to 40 minutes here. But it is the biggest concern is that these people north of US Route 56 and west of Montezuma are under the gun for this tornado right now. Again, we are watching this storm as it continues to be a threat for us
a little bit northeast of Copeland. Copeland, you are in the all clear for that storm. Not all of these storms. When I say all clear, I don't mean every single storm, because tonight has really been a very long night, but we are really watching for you guys as it moves up towards the US Route 400 corridor. As Cimarron and Foote, you might have to be taking your tornado precautions as well. I want to sort of take a little bit of a broader picture here, because tornado warnings are not the only things that we've needed to watch here. And also, we do have two new tornado warnings down here. Again, it really seems that these sort of come in couples down here, these two storms. Let me look at my system here just to confirm that those are in. And actually, it's one tornado warning. So I was a little bit confused there. But it is for those two areas of circulation. So it is really still those two areas of circulation, putting this area just south of Liberal under the gun again. I think the primary one that we're looking at is right in here, where we see that area of circulation. And it is from this part of the storm that has been producing potential tornadoes. I don't think we've had any confirmed from this storm throughout its life, but it really has a lot of circulation going on there, broad for a while, and it's found a way to wrap it back up again. So we're watching that storm again. These are storms that are still very good at producing tornadoes at short notice, not something we ever want to see or hear. And it is just, again, going towards you guys in Fargo, Keesmet, West Plains, and Colano as it makes its way off towards the northeast. Again, we are watching for you guys here, particularly just east of Liberal. This is the city center of Liberal right here. If you are in sort of the eastern sort of fringes of Liberal, you need to be watching this storm right here as it makes its way off towards the north and east. If you are north of US Route 64, south of US Route 54, around those areas, around the Oklahoma-Kansas state line, you really need to be watching this storm, as it is, again, nighttime tornado, very quick spin up, very big concern for us. So we have the one in Dodge City that we just covered. We have that one now down here. And let's go back to the one in Oklahoma, in southwest Oklahoma, the one just west or northwest now, I believe, of Lawton, and then west now of Oklahoma City. So we do have, yes, that one down there. It is still tornado warned and still a major concern for us. We still have these storms on the ground, and it seems to be making its way northeast towards El Reno. And we're looking right now, this is the biggest area of circulation right here, and it's still going. It's been having an area of circulation, I believe now, for almost 2 hours, and it is still there. Maybe it's not the biggest tornado as it was earlier, but it's still warned because they are very much concerned about this, because it can wrap up very quickly. Again, Gracemont, you are now under a potential for a tornado from this storm. Anadarko, west of you, a little bit east of Carnegie. Anywhere in this area, you really need to be watching this storm, because there's a big potential that we could see this area of circulation right here become something more than it is just right now. It could drop a tornado, and it will be something that we really need to watch out for you guys. Tornado precautions, please go to the interior part of your room, please, or into your home, excuse me, interior, lowest level, and please take your children, take your pets, everyone around there. As Chandler just put up, this one is until 10:15 Central Time, so it will be going for the next roughly 30 minutes here or so, maybe a little less, more like 25. But this area of circulation is still evident here. Please take these as active tornadoes, no matter if they are or if they aren't. They are active tornadoes in your mind and ours. Just assume these all are. This has been a very, very long night for the Western Plains, and this is still turning out to be. So please take these as very active tornadoes. Do not say, oh, well, this is an area of circulation. It seems a little weaker than before. I'm not going to have to go into my safe shelter now. If it's tornado warned, if it has an area of circulation, please be safe than sorry. And this one can wrap up very much quicker, and it still has those areas of circulation. It can be producing a tornado. We do not know where it is right now. Again, this is for Caddo County and southwestern Oklahoma. So we are watching for you in just west of Anadarko. Gracemont, really looking at you guys. If it continues its northeastern motion, it will be likely in your town within the next 10 minutes. You really need to be taking those precautions right now. Carnegie, a little east of you guys. If you know anyone in this area and you are not from there, please call them. There's a chance that even though it's 9:52 at night local time, they are potentially even asleep. And if they might not be asleep, they might not know about the tornado. It's quite possible because these are at night. So really need to let these people know there is a potential here that they could be under the gun from a tornado. You might save their life. So again, we're watching this tornado here, potential tornado. Let's go back up to the ones in north in the Panhandle and around Dodge City. So first, the one just south of Liberal that was just recently issued. We have this one here. Yes.
It looks like the one in Dodge City they're starting to really cut it off.
Yeah,
We'll see if
it's
it
quite
gets
possible they're
updated
either
or not.
cutting that off or they're about to issue a new one. We'll have to see within the next few minutes. When does that one expire by the Dodge City one?
Let's inquiry that. It is
Because it's quite possible they might just be letting it expire as
10
well.
p.m. Yes. So
Yeah,
they're
so it
probably gonna let
expires in
expire.
6 minutes. So they could be letting it expire, they could not. We'll take a look. Actually, let's take a look at that one right now anyway. We've been talking about that one. So let's go back up and let's look at the area of circulation. So there is still that notch there. That makes me very concerned. And it's quite possible that they might let it expire, they might not. And to be quite honest, that area probably around here is what they're looking at. There could be a tornado there, it could be not. Best to be safe than sorry. Even if they don't extend the tornado warning, around these areas, please take your tornado precautions. It is still better to be safe than sorry, particularly with these nighttime quick-moving storms. Cimarron, Weddick, and Howell, you guys, within the next roughly 10, or for Cimarron exactly 10 minutes, Weddick and Howell, you guys are probably in the next 20 minutes or so. Again, please take your tornado precautions. Take this very seriously. These tornadoes can spin up very quickly, and storms with a history of producing tornadoes are especially ones that you should be really concerned about.
That's right. And just taking a look at this line real quick, let's take a look at the progress of it. It's been going at it for quite a while now. Let's just see when it's supposed to make it to Dodge. Going at 40 miles an hour about. So when we're looking at that, we're really seeing places like East, Hess, and Ensign that are really about to get impacted quite quickly, in fact. But yeah, it's going to be a little bit before it makes it to Dodge City, the next biggest population center here in southwest Kansas.
Right, yeah, we out here Mountain Time, so we do have a little bit of time before this storm comes east Hess. You're probably within the next 4 minutes or so. You guys might have a little more time, but we're talking about tornadoes a lot tonight because those are the threats that can spin up the quickest and that we are the most concerned about. But that doesn't mean we aren't concerned about other threats here. We have other threats as well, particularly damaging winds and hail, and those can be as damaging as tornadoes sometimes. It's very important not to take these just because they are not tornadoes. It's important not to take them for granted, and it's important not to...
Looks like this warning has
They amended the box a little bit, I think. The one you're talking about just southeast of Liberal?
no, the one near Copeland, they just let it expire.
Okay,
They
so
actually
just-
forced it to expire a little quicker.
They let it to expire. Awesome. That is good news for you guys up there. Again, do not take that for granted. Do not say that, okay, well, it's expired now, so I'm just going to go outside and start watching it. No, please let this storm pass. It is, if it's not a tornado-warned storm anymore, that's great, but it still can have that history of spinning up tornadoes quickly. This one was a confirmed one. We do know there was a tornado from that, and one of the several tornadoes tonight. We do know that that was confirmed, so please, if you are in this area, do not take that for granted. Do not take caution, or do not lose your caution with this storm. It is very important that we continue to watch it. Let's go back down to the one near Liberal, just so we can take another check-in on that one. Yeah, or okay, we can go to that one as well. Yeah,
Oh,
that's good.
yeah,
No, that's fine.
we can take a look at that.
Yeah, either one's fine. They're both very important. So this one right here, as we go into Fort Cobb, this area of circulation seems to be a little bit stronger than it was previously, I think.
I agree.
Are we looking at the Oklahoma City radar, or is this the Frederick radar? If you could zoom out just to
I
see.
think it's Oklahoma
Oklahoma
City.
City, okay. So I think that is a little bit stronger than previously. I was just trying to see if this was, when you look for what radar you're looking at, you're trying to see, is it taking a little higher slice or is it taking a little lower slice? So this one right here is the Oklahoma City radar, so it's taking that little lower slice here. This one is still an area of concern. It has these two areas of green and red right on top of each other, and they are very much a concern for us. It's moving into Gracemont, as I said earlier. 11:12 p.m. for Gracemont, so it's going to be not much longer for you in Gracemont, Spring Creek, and Kogar. So really not much time for you guys to prepare. Please take your precautions very quickly and seriously. As I said earlier, tornado shelter is your number one. Please go there immediately if you have one. If you do not have one, please go into your lowest level of your house or building, an interior room away from outside windows or walls. That is your number two. The top one is the best, the second one's better. Those are your really only two good options. If you want to make sure that you get out of a storm like this, if a tornado hits you, you want to go into one of those two options. If your worst options are, you need to find, if you are outside in the car and you don't find a place to go, please, first of all, go anywhere besides staying outside. But if you can't, ditch, go hold on to a tree, hold on to something like that. It's just go into a lower area so you can protect yourself as much as possible. But it is a very, very still, I will say, bad decision, because you will be very unprotected from the tornado. And of course, the worst is being in a mobile home. Please, if you are in a mobile home in any of these areas, find anywhere besides that. Get out. Find a different home. Find anything like that. Just get out and get into a sturdy structure. That is one of the better areas. Tornado shelter the best, sturdy structure the second best. Still both are very good. And I would highly recommend going into any of those before going into a ditch or staying in a mobile home, which are both incredibly bad options. And those are definitely options that you should not really look into. Again, for tornado warnings, we do have those two that we are still watching. This one right here, this one's probably one of the stronger ones right now that we have right now, moving close to Fort Cobb. Anyone in Fort Cobb should be taking their tornado precautions very seriously, very quickly, and immediately. Take your kids and pets and all your family into one of those lowest level interior rooms or into a tornado shelter immediately. We also are continuing to follow that other one near just south of Liberal. It's now getting a little bit more southeast of Liberal, and it's a little west of Beaver. And this storm is still another one that we're watching, because it's very important for us to make sure that everyone in this area is informed. We have this storm right now here. It is a little southeast of Liberal right here. Yep, this one continues to produce tornado warnings for us. It continues to produce enough circulation that makes us incredibly concerned. And these storms have a history of producing tornadoes, or for this one I don't think there's any confirmed, but have a history of producing tornado warnings, and this line does have a history of producing tornadoes. Very crucial that anyone around here does continue. If you're a Meade Center, if you are in Odie, if you are in West Plains, you guys need to really take this seriously and make sure you're into your tornado shelters or lowest level interior room of your house or building as soon as possible. It is very important that you always make sure that you are paying attention to these systems and you're taking precautions as soon as possible. As one of my more favorite meteorologists, James Spann, said, respect the polygon. And it's very important in areas like this that you do so, because particularly during nights like this, these tornadoes can come up quickly and with little notice, and you can't wait to see one of these storms. You can't wait to have to, take visual confirmation of it. You just, whenever a polygon like this is dropped, a tornado warning, you need to immediately go to your lowest level interior room or one of those areas that's a tornado shelter. Or if you have a neighbor that has a tornado shelter that's within a 2 or 3 minute walk, go there immediately. Just don't waste time here. That's the biggest thing. Don't waste time, and make sure you, your family, your kids, and your pets are protected. That is the first priority above all. Don't wait and don't procrastinate. This tornado warning right here until 10:15, and of course that is going to be about 15 minutes from now. We're going to have to see if they extend that. They have been extending it for the last few hours here, so I would not be surprised if they do, because this is still a potent system here, and it has a history of producing tornadoes. And again, let's take a little bit of a bigger look here, because I know we've been looking at specific storms for a while. So let's take a more overall look of this system. We do have the line coming here, and we do have those supercells ahead of the line. Those are our two main threats. Right now, if we look at the line here, it extends all the way from parts of the Panhandle. This is not North Texas. This is the Panhandle. And as we go up towards the north here, it goes into the Panhandle of Oklahoma, and it goes a little bit into Nebraska almost, though your severe threat there has greatly diminished. I would still say, please pay attention if you are anywhere up there, though. Do not count yourself out yet. This is the line, and this line is very crucial for us here, because it has a tornado threat, you have those spin-up tornadoes, and it has a damaging wind and hail threat. And anywhere along this line is probably going to get impacted by it within the next hour or two in these areas, and you're going to need to be careful to stay alert, because at this time of night, tornadoes can spin up quickly. Hail is going to be pretty damaging with this storm. I haven't looked at the hail reports from it so far, but we've had some wind gusts that go up to 60 and 70 miles per hour from this system, so I would not be surprised if the hail, with the strength of these storms, how high winds and tornadoes they're producing, just given the structure of these storms, that they are also potentially big hail producers as well. Dodge City, Bikini, and Perryton are going to be some major cities in the path of these lines here, and we're going to be watching them for sure over the next roughly probably few hours here as they make their way off to the east here. Ahead of the storm, we also do have some areas that we are watching for supercell development, and that's where our more discrete tornadoes can form. These are going to be a little bit more of our stronger tornadoes. Again, if you have one in the line, don't just say because it's not strong, I'm not going to pay attention to that, because they can be strong for you. But our more stronger tornadoes, long-lived, long-track tornadoes, are going to be from our supercells up here. We don't see a lot of development, particularly in the area of the moderate risk, but a little bit east of it, we actually do see this supercell, which is sort of falling apart a little bit, so I'm not sure if this is going to have enough energy to recycle. It might. Definitely have to watch that. We do have some more showers a little bit north of it. Have to see if there's any activity from that. But our
What is
biggest
this?
concern, yeah, that's another shower that we're definitely watching a little east of Danville. Again, hasn't shown any promise yet, but could over the next few hours,
Exactly.
because it is a little bit ahead of that line in that area where we are watching development. I think a little east of the main warm sector, the area where there is most energy from the storms, but it is getting in that area where we could still see some development. And I would mention that we do have, of course, this storm right here. This is our biggest tornado producer from the night. It has gone all the way from Texas into Oklahoma, and it still is tornado warned. So we're going to look at that one again. And for those of you along the line, we were looking at around nickel-sized hail, and there was up to golf ball-sized hail earlier, so we're still going to be continuing to watch for this one. This storm right here, circulation still evident here, maybe not as defined as earlier, but again, if you're in Gracemont or Benger, please continue to watch this storm. Not only watch it, but take your tornado precautions. If you are anywhere under this red shape, which is the red polygon that was issued by the National Weather Service, please take your precautions immediately and go into those areas. Don't wait for any sort of confirmation. Don't wait for anything from, don't wait to go outside and see this tornado. Please just take it right now. There is no reason to risk your life by waiting a few extra minutes. This tornado warning is down, and take this as a tornado on the ground, because there's very little the way to get easy confirmation out there when it is dark at night like this. So again, we do have this one on the ground. A little bit of an area of circulation that we're watching here. Going to have to see if it develops a little further, but it is enough for the National Weather Service to say it is tornado warned. And I believe this one expires in 10 minutes, so we'll have to see what their reasoning on that is as it goes up to the north, if they decide to extend that as well.
Yes, it is 10:15, exactly.
Yeah, exactly. So we'll definitely have to watch that as it goes into the future. We do still have two other active tornado warning, or one other, sorry. One of them was just removed from my system. One as we go up toward the Beaver and Texas counties and Oklahoma, so that's going to be into the Panhandle. And this one is one that we are definitely watching as well. It is going to be just south of Liberal, and this one continues to be a tornado potential producer here. As we're watching it, it does have a little bit of circulation, which makes me just a little bit concerned into this area. Again, it is still there. This one also it could expire in 10 minutes. We're going to have to see what the National Weather Service is planning, but we are seeing this potential situation here where there is a tornado and it could potentially develop. Could you go a little bit up, a little bit more north of this, just towards Dodge City, actually? Zoom out just a little bit. Yeah, there's a new, I believe there's a new tornado warning that was just popped here. Okay, I was just trying to confirm it for my system because I don't see it in here, but I see the polygon. So I believe there's a new tornado warning here. If you can get confirmation from maybe your system that there is one here, I believe there is a system here, and it is probably right this notch right here that they're looking at for potentially tornado development. So yes, 10:15. It's possible this one might have just expired instead, and they might have just let it expire early. So I'll have to wait for confirmation on what that is. But no matter if it's there or not, there is still a potential. This one is an area that we looked at before for potential tornadic development. So I would not be surprised if, even if it has expired, if it can redevelop. If it hasn't expired, no matter what, take this area as an area of precaution. Just please take your tornado precautions. There's no reason not to. At this time of night, if you are at home, it's just best to take your tornado precautions. You don't have any sort of deadlines or anything right now. Just please get into there. Your life is the only thing that matters, nothing more than that. And please get your family and your kids as well. So again, for tornado warnings like this, and of course the one in Dodge City and the one in, or no, the one in Dodge City, excuse me, the one southeast of, the Liberal. And I believe they have allowed the one to expire of that very long track storm that we're watching in Oklahoma. So finally, we have seen that this storm has, I believe this one and the other one has allowed to expire. Wait, let me see. Excuse me. So yes, the one they want to expire, excuse me, I made a little mistake in saying earlier, the one they want to expire was in Oklahoma. So the one in Oklahoma, this one has expired, fortunately. We are going to continue watching this storm. It does seem like it's entering a weaker area away from the area of greatest energy for these storms to develop. Continue watching it. Don't, if you're in Graceville, around those areas, please do not take this storm for granted, but it is encouraging to know that it has expired. This one up here and that one up there have not expired. So if we go back into that view of those two tornado warnings, this one by Dodge City has not expired. This one has actually just recently issued. So this is an area of tornadoes that we're very concerned, and it is getting very close to Dodge City, which is possibly one of the largest population centers under the gun from tonight's tornado warnings at any point. This is a tornado warning. It has a little bit notch right here that we are very concerned about moving its way east, and we are watching this as it continues to develop for potentially going into higher populated areas a little bit north and east of Dodge City, potentially including Dodge City itself. Howell, Dodge City, Grandview, Spearville, and Bellefonte are all going to be in the path of this tornado if it continues. So again, if it is on the ground, and yes, National Weather Service has amended it here. It is still very much an active tornado warning, and it is right here they are concerned about for a tornado as it moves towards the east. Excuse me. You guys are very much going to need to take your tornado precautions. Howell, Dodge City, please make sure you are taking those precautions because, again, it is very important, no matter what time of night, no matter what kind of storm it looks like, if it is tornado warned. The National Weather Service is confident that it could really be producing a serious tornado. Please, don't take anything for granted. Just take your kids. I've said this a lot, but take your kids, take your pets, take your family with you to a tornado shelter place. And if they don't quite understand the situation going on, explain to them. There is a serious tornado going on here, and the National Weather Service has enough confidence they will issue a tornado warning. It is very evident that anyone in that polygon needs to take shelter now. So please, take those precautions and take them seriously.
Exactly. I think the NWS, when they issued this, they said, take cover now and to move into a basement or interior room, like you were saying. They were saying this cluster of thunderstorms is capable of producing tornadoes and widespread significant wind damage. So even if there is not an actual tornado on the ground, this is still a very strong straight-line wind event. And so do not wait to see or hear the tornado. So for your protection, move to an interior room on the lowest floor of a building. So do not be near windows. And if you're outside, do not be in a mobile home or in a vehicle. Move to the closest substantial shelter and protect yourself from flying debris. Of course, this straight line wind event is extremely strong and is one of those situations where we can see maybe not a tornado as much, but a very strong gust of straight line winds that can knock down trees, power lines, etc. But yes, this is tornado warned, so it still has that threat. It carries that threat, and it's going towards Howell, Dodge City, and Spearville. And of course, with Dodge City being the biggest population center in this area, it is definitely a major concern that this thing is making its way towards you guys. It will make its way to you guys in the next 30 minutes or so. So it is definitely a dangerous situation. They said that the hazard for this tornado warning is tornadoes as well as quarter-size hail and straight-line winds. So again, those two are the major elements to this storm that other than the tornadoes. So of course, this thing is extremely strong. The system is not something to mess with. It's something that you need to go inside, take shelter, like Robert was mentioning. But yes, so again, this is extremely dangerous situation overall, and it's something to keep an eye out. This is the one tornado warning that we really focus on, and it's still making its way towards Dodge City. It's a very large system, again, like I mentioned. So again, if you're in Howell, Spearville, Dodge City, keep an eye out. This thing has had a history of producing at least twists and spins in the line as it makes its way from west to east. So again, if you are ahead of this line, make sure you're keeping weather aware and getting into the interior parts of your room and your home. And of course, it's kind of hard to see, but that warning is still there.
And yes, it's a little bit better on this reflectivity. You can see that there's a little bit of that notch and bend to the system. So again, it's definitely one of the more dangerous scenarios for Dodge City. So you guys need to make sure you're getting into your safe place, getting into the interior part of your home and your room. And like Robert was mentioning, make sure your family is aware of what's actually going on, and ushering them into safety and letting them know why they need to go to safety. Of course, again, this system is really large overall. So again, it has those spins and those really strong winds in the front line, and then heavy rain on the backside and potentially some hail as well within it. So again, quite dangerous situation overall. But again, so this is what we've mainly been focused on. Is there another tornado warning down there?
I was just checking to make sure I don't see it on my system. Let's actually just look at the storm just to make sure, because well, let me see.
Yeah, I don't see.
Let me see. I don't see it on my system.
I don't see it on my system either.
I'm going to just check what the expiry time is for this one. I believe it already has expired.
Okay, so it's
yeah, so it's 10:15, so it has expired. Let's just take a look at that.
okay. So it has like 50 seconds.
Yeah, so it does still actually have some circulation in there. So definitely still a concern, and I would not be surprised if they do issue a new one. But at this time, I think they are allowing it to expire.
That's right. And if we want to look at like the reflectivity of it, we can just look at the structure for a second. It definitely has lost that hook feature, that flow that Robert was mentioning earlier. So it's definitely a little more linear. But again, still has that little twist and spin to it that Robert was mentioning just a moment ago. So again, if you're in Gracemont, you guys are in the thick of it as it's raining and pouring. So make sure you guys are interior part of your home, just in case with this system. It has been producing warnings for a while now and has produced a couple particularly dangerous situations regarding tornadoes. So, but there it goes. The warning is officially gone. So again, this thing has finally ended for now, but that is a key phrase, for now. We have seen these things cycle back, so we'll have to keep an eye on it. But now we can mainly focus on Dodge City, where you guys are about
There's
to
a new
see.
tornado warning, and it has been extended quite a bit geographically. So
Yes, now it really includes Dodge City. It was including the fringe parts of Dodge City, but now we're seeing a tornado warning for 10:45 Central Time. So that means that you guys are going to be in the thick of it for about 30 minutes. So making sure you guys are staying weather aware. We're really seeing this long line of storms that has had a lot of twists and bends. You can really kind of see what's going on right here. Like Robert mentioned, like what he's creating the graphic right now. But honestly, you don't even really have to look at the velocity on this graph to really see that there's a notch right here. That is exactly what Robert just used to really indicate to you guys where this system's going. So Dodge City, Spearville, again, we were talking about you guys already. Definitely keeping an eye out on this storm. And for Dodge City, you guys need to go ahead and shelter in place, get into the interior part of your home, and to the ground floor as well. And of course, if you're making your way towards Grandview and Spearville as well, you guys are also going to get hit by this storm. Even if it does not have that rotation anymore, it is still strong enough to produce straight line winds that have the potential to damage just as much as a tornado.
yeah, and look at this right here. You can
That
very
is
clearly
definitely a
see
spin.
the wrapping in. This is probably one of the stronger signals I've seen on a QLCS tornado, because they often aren't as strong as your more supercell tornadoes. But you can really see how it's wrapping in there, and that's what we're looking at.
That is actually pretty crazy, actually.
Yeah, a tornado is wrapped. That's what it is. It's wrapping that circulation around, and that's what we're looking for here as it goes its way into the Dodge City warning. That's what we're looking at here for a major populated area. This is probably the largest populated area that is under a tornado warning tonight. So a very large concern for the Dodge City area as this tornado continues to make its way east.
Absolutely, and we honor and respect the National Weather Service, Dodge City, as they hunker down and continue to give you guys this very important information as it's coming towards them themselves. But so again, you guys in Dodge City and in communities really close by need to keep an eye out with this storm. Now, as we see everything start to update a little more, we can see that this system is really starting to make its way a little bit north of Dodge City, which is a bit
I believe
better.
the circulation they're watching is this one right by Sears.
Right here.
That's the one they're looking
Yes,
at here.
and so that still is very close, outlying parts of Dodge City. So again, if you guys are anywhere near Sears and along US 50 towards Dodge, make sure you guys are taking shelter, getting into your safe place, storm shelter, into an interior part of your home. So again, those are some of your big major areas where you can take cover. But again, yes, this system has been producing a decent amount of rotation lately, and it's indicated by that warning. And let's take a look at the correlation coefficients. I don't think we've engaged that for a little while.
That's
Oh,
interesting right there. I would
that
say
is-
that
is
quite,
ooh.
that's quite potentially a tornado. I wouldn't say
Yeah,
it
it's-
is 100% confirmed, but it is quite potentially
That's a
tornado
decent
right there.
indicator. So again, this is a bit indicative, excuse me, that there is something going on right here. Whether or not it's hail, maybe it's just hail. Maybe we should hope that it's just hail, but this definitely aligns with this circulation that we were just pointing out earlier. So again, it is something to take a look at as it's making its way parallel to US 400. So again, if you are driving, get out, go to a ditch, go to a shelter if you can find one first, but make sure you go to a ditch, cling on to something sturdy like a pole or a tree. But again, yes, there is that little bend and shape into this, and again, it's really just starting to make its rotation, and that's pretty consistent with what we saw with the values, the correlation coefficients.
Right, that bend is particularly impressive at the moment. So if you could see the velocity, it really corresponds. The area of the strongest velocity, I'm going to point it out right here because I think my system is measuring it even higher than it is right here when we get to the pointer. It's right in here. So this is where we're looking at for the biggest tornado. And if we put that onto the correlation coefficient, it is pretty clearly right there as well. So again, it has not been officially confirmed by the National Weather Service, so we're not going to say it's confirmed yet, but definitely some strong
Definitely
indicators.
dangerous
that there is
situation.
a dangerous situation potentially for Dodge City. It does say that the movement is roughly eastern, so if we take that roughly eastern, it could be impacting those of you in the northern parts of Dodge City here and is moving a little bit more than 20 miles per hour, but it is going to be within the next few minutes here in Dodge, Dodge City, and Grandview. Going to be your biggest areas of concern for this tornado.
Exactly. Thank you, Robert. Again, so you guys along US 400, and what is this round? This US
We have US Route 400. We have US Route 283. Which one are you pointing at?
the one right here, east of
that one's
400.
going to be
US 50.
Just,
US 50.
It's going to be the road that goes from Sears to US 56. It's going to be a little east of Sayre, and that area is under the highest area of rain. That area, you're probably going to see some hail, some pretty strong hail, and some pretty strong thunderstorms here. The route that we're looking at for is going to be going from, it's going to, a good geographic reference is going to be just south of Sears is the Arkansas River. So if you're from that area, you will know what I'm talking about. And you, anywhere along the area of the Arkansas River, US Route 400 is this road right here. So I believe it's just an access road that goes from 400 south to 56.
Exactly. I was talking about 450. So like with the eastbound tornado
Yes.
notch.
So yeah,
again,
it's going to 450 from you, and Sears and Dodge City are going to be under the gun from this tornado for sure.
Exactly. So yes, if you guys are in this area, like Robert was mentioning, anywhere along the northern suburbs of Dodge City, you guys need to go ahead and take shelter immediately. This thing is right upon you. It will be on you in the next 5 minutes. So again, take shelter, get into the interior part of your home, and if you have a storm shelter, do that as well. So get into these interior homes where you are more protected and safe. So is the rotation right here, Robert, this little bend?
The rotation is right just north, I'll point it out. It's right in here. So
Okay,
it's right
that's what I
here.
thought. Yeah,
Yeah.
where the brightest greens and the brightest reds are matching up. And you can really see that there's still a little bit of that debris. I won't call it a debris ball because that really goes with a confirmed tornado, but it definitely is indicative of a potential something, even if it's just hail, but still something to keep in mind. Definitely something that is a little more on the dangerous side. So again, if you guys are anywhere north of Howell, north of Sears, and north of Dodge, really keep in mind that this system is coming right at you, and it will be upon you in the next few minutes.
We've
and it
really
has
seen
been
this
producing that
storm really
rotation.
bend in. You can see those strong inflow winds coming in all the way to that area in there. This is very impressive in a bad way, how rapid this storm is getting and how potentially strong. I know the reflectivity is probably updated a little faster than our velocity here, but the circulation is probably going to be somewhere in that area around that bend, and that is going to be very concerning for those, particularly to the north of Dodge City.
Yeah, just as a reminder, guys, it might be very hard to tell on this graph, but there is still a tornado warning. It's Pretty hard to tell with all the red rainfall rates, but again, there's a box going from US 400, and yes, thank you, Robert. So again, this entire area in Dodge City, especially north of Dodge City, along US 400, US 50, you guys are in that tornado warning, but even stretching up into Royal. So again, there's a lot of twists and spins in this system and in this line. So again, if you guys are east of this line into Dodge City and it's a Spearville, you guys need to go ahead and start considering taking shelter and get into the interior part of your room and really keep your family aware, keep any of your neighbors aware if you know anybody that might be in a vulnerable side that might already be asleep like Robert mentioned, or they might not be able to take care of themselves as properly. It's definitely one of those situations where you need to help your neighbor. With this system, it's pretty much a quick bang bang. The most severe parts of the storm are pretty much in the front of the system, usually the strongest winds, and if there's a spin-up tornado, you're usually expecting them to be on the front line of this storm. So again, that's more so the danger we're considering. Also a little bit of hail potential and, of course, heavy rain is
Right,
always
exactly.
the case.
And then this watch was extended down to Wichita about 48 minutes ago. And with the National Weather Service and the Storm Prediction Center has said about this is that it's going to include potential threats for a few tornadoes possible and widespread damaging winds up to 80 miles
The
per
tornado's
hour for the
confirmed,
gusts.
by the way.
The tornado in Dodge City is confirmed? Okay.
Yes.
And the watch is going to have isolated large hail up to 1.5 inches. That's going to go until 5 a.m. Central Time. But let's go back to this one. We now have a confirmed tornado. That is not surprising considering how strong those velocities are.
Let's
and
go
the
back
fact
to the
there is
correlation
the correlation
coefficients.
coefficient. It's a little bit weaker than it was before.
Yeah.
But
It might
is-
be going over a grassy field. Really
Exactly.
can't use this too much out in the Great Plains, but we still could see that spin like Robert was just indicating. So again, this is a really dangerous situation unfolding as it's making its way towards the suburbs of Dodge City. Again, if you guys are between Royal and US 50, make sure you guys are taking shelter immediately. If you guys are over on US 283, go ahead and take shelter as well. These are all areas that you could find this general area of circulation and where we have found a confirmed tornado in this part of the line of the storms.
Right,
So again,
exactly. You really can see those wrapping around there, around just southeast of Royal. That's where we're looking at for the biggest area of circulation at the moment. This storm going to be putting those areas just north of Dodge City under the gun, north of US 50, west of US 283. Those areas are going to be the ones that need to take their tornado precautions right now. But if you're anywhere under the warning, including Dodge City, really need to be watching out for this tornado right now and taking your precautions. Don't take this area for granted. But really looking at that area just southeast of Royal, and I can really point that out right here, it's very evident that there's a lot of wrapping going on in there. And that's what we're probably looking at for a potential tornado if we were right now. There is
and
a
you can
little
really
bit
see these light greens. That's probably
potential
indicative of
area
it.
in there. Again, we don't know if that's directly related to the tornado, but it could actually be. And again, looking at the reflectivity, really seeing those winds rushing in here, showing a little bit of a notch. So there's quite a lot at play here, and it is not very surprising that this is a confirmed tornado just because of how strong the signature is here going into Dodge City. And that's very much a concern because even if it is on the north side of Dodge City, we know that it's still a very populated area compared to the rest of those areas around there. So again, every area matters, and we are very concerned for every area. Really a lot of people in here that need to get this message out. So if you're watching this right now, and you know anybody in the Dodge City area, particularly to the north side, please tell them to take shelter. If you don't know where they live and you know they live around Dodge City, just tell them right now. It's better if they're on the wrong side of town you told them than you didn't and they were on the right side of town. So please just make sure you are letting your neighbors, your family, your friends know about this system because it is a confirmed tornado and it is damaging. That is confirmed by the National Weather Service. Going just north of Dodge City here, potentially going into populated areas of Dodge City. And it's again confirmed by the National Weather Service. Broadcast media in the area has confirmed the tornado moving northeast at 40 miles per hour, and it has been observed again moving to the northeast. So this is again, we're going to put a little bit of a storm track on it, moving north to the northeast at around 30 miles per hour. So the areas in there, nothing showing up on the map, but we know people are living there. So if you're living east of Royal, north of Grandview, north of Dodge City, west of 283, you need to be watching this area right now because there is potentially a confirmed tornado, not potentially, a confirmed tornado heading potentially towards you. So please take that into account.
Exactly. And this is really the only thing we're focused on right now because this is the only thing that really is continuing to produce a tornado. We actually are looking across the area in Oklahoma and other parts of Kansas, and we haven't seen any other warnings. Now, there might be some spin-ups somewhere else, like some areas of general rotation, but definitely that is the main area of concern right now. But we really can see all these tornado watches indicating that you guys aren't in the clear yet, especially once you start getting all the way out into Wichita. So they're really indicating that this line of storms will at least produce severe thunderstorm severity. So again, strong winds, potential for quarter-sized hail maybe. Again, some of those elements of severe weather are expected, or at least potentially there over the next few hours. When is this general severe thunderstorm watch supposed to expire?
So we have the new tornado watch that was just posted
Or
previously.
tornado watch, excuse me.
And it is going to be
sorry.
until 5 a.m. Central Time, so it is going to be quite a long time. This night is nowhere close to over for you guys there, and the one thing I really want to point out for all of you in Oklahoma that just went through those tornadoes, even not just on Sunday. We know a lot of you went through tornadoes on Sunday, but we now have the second round here, and some of you have already seen strong tornadoes today, particularly in areas west of Oklahoma City and east of the Texas-Oklahoma border, and you are not in the clear yet. There is a line of storms making its way eastward, and we'll have to see how far south that line gets, but it could potentially impact those areas that just saw tornadoes earlier. You are not in the clear yet. You need to be watching these storms. But again, that watch goes until 5 a.m. for Kansas. The one in Oklahoma, they could, of course, extend this. It goes until 11 p.m. I think they will extend it because this line of storms is making its way eastward. And I believe this watch was originally posted for the supercell. So now that we have this linear threat, it is going to pose a new threat for those in those areas. Again, very important that you are taking that into precaution. Then we're going to also look at the watch for you guys in Texas along the line. This is probably going to expire, yes, 11 p.m. They may extend that. We'll have to see as this system of tornadoes, a system of storms that could produce tornadoes is making its way out to the east. There's quite a potential that they could extend these watches just because of the fact that this line has been very proficient at producing tornadoes. But we're going to look back in at that system by Dodge City, and we're going to look back at the velocity here. And it's really wrapping it around here. We're on the north side of Dodge City. It's where we're most concerned. I'm going to take my pointer here to show you exactly where we're most concerned here. Right into here, this is where we're looking at for the biggest area of circulation. You can really see those winds rushing in away from the radar right here, rushing in towards the radar right here, and really forming that circulation right in here. Very strong circulation, and I believe this tornado is still listed as confirmed. I'm not sure if it is in its current state, but it was confirmed at one point, so please take this into account. And this is a tornado that is potentially and probably still likely on the ground because this signature is very strong. Right here again into Royal, just southeast of Royal, right here, this little notch is what we're watching here. Very potentially strong and damaging tornado, quite likely on the ground right now at this point. If you are in any of these areas just north of Dodge City, any of those potential more suburbs up there, we are going to be watching for you, and it is very important that you are all staying attuned to this because this is a very dangerous situation. There's a tornado warning here, not just a tornado warning, but a confirmed tornado warning. Any of you guys east of Royal, northwest of Grandview, west of 283, really need to be watching this. Some potential areas that you might know in that area, Ford County State Park, a little bit west of 283 in this area. If you know where that is, please, if you're anywhere around that, take cover now. And this is going to be in the northwestern area of Ford County. Other areas, the Ford County landfill, areas around there, please take cover. You are in imminent danger from this tornado. East of Royal, please be watching this. And this is, again, a very, very potentially bad situation for all of you there. And again, north of 50 is where we're looking at here. It's going to be in the southwest area of Ford County. So Ford County, again, moving off towards the northeast. It's going to be moving at a fairly quick pace, but that means that it's very, very crucial that you will stay attuned to the fact that this tornado is there and likely on the ground at this point. We have a bit of a road grid system out here. There are lots of people who live out here. You might not be directly considering yourself from Dodge City, but you are still out there, and we are still watching this for you because it is very crucial that all of you living in this area
are taking cover now. Again, this area is our biggest area of concern, really wrapping up that circulation right there. If you know where the Fort County landfill is, if you know where the Fort County State Park is, those are areas where you really need to be watching this tornado very intently, because it could be impacting you at any minute right now. If you're anywhere in this warning, anywhere in it, take cover now. Do not assume this tornado has passed you yet. There is no reason to assume that, and it is better to assume the worst in this kind of scenario. That you take precautions and ensure that your life and the life of your family and your children and anyone else you know or care about is saved. So again, all of these around here, north, the area of biggest concern, north of US 50 right here, west of US 283, all of you really need to be watching this right now. Again, northwestern Ford County, east of Royal, northwest of Grandview, northwest of Wright, all of you in those areas need to be taking cover from this tornado at the moment. Again, very dangerous situation. An area with a considerable amount of population is under this tornado warning right now. So we are very much watching this to see what kind of development this has. And it really has these winds rushing in from both sides to that tornadic area. So there could very well be a tornado on the ground right now. It is confirmed that it was at one point a tornado, and it very well could still be. If we could look at the correlation coefficient just to see where that is right now for this storm. Again, as we said earlier, we're looking on this correlation coefficient to see if it's detecting anything other than hydrometeors, which are basically raindrops. And the farther away from those red values, the closer to those blue values you get, it is not necessarily classified as a raindrop. Some of these are likely just areas without rain, that we're not seeing anything there, but areas that see big drops in an area that's very concentrated are likely as a result of a potential tornado. Could be something right there. It's a little bit small for me to really point that out as an area of tornado, but it very well could be. We don't know. It could still be confirmed. Definitely a little bit less than earlier, but still, there's no reason to, no reason to take that into less caution. In fact, just because there's a less of a drop in correlation coefficient, there's no correlation with how strong the storm is. That could just be going through an area with little to no debris, and it could still be a very potent tornado. Again, very much no reason to not take this into precaution, very much a reason to continue to take this into precaution, and very much watching this storm and taking your tornado precautions if you're in this zone right here, in this polygon. You really need to be going into your safe spots right now. It's going until 10:45, so that's 10 minutes from now. You're only seeing those winds rushing in there. That's likely the area of rotation that we're really concerned about. And that's an area that we really don't want to see how its winds are rushing in. Big concern for us as you're moving towards the US 283 corridor, moving towards that north of US 50 corridor. This is a very strong, violent, and confirmed tornado on the ground just north of Dodge City. Again, this tornado warning is very crucial for all of you to continue to watch it. Again, this is no longer confirmed. It is just a tornado now. It is in effect until 10:45 p.m. now, Central Time. So roughly around 10 minutes for you guys here. But even though it's not confirmed, it's very important for you guys.
We got a new one.
Oh, we have a new one. Okay, we'll finish up talking about this one here. Oh, is that a new tornado warning for this one?
It's an extension, yes.
It's an extension, okay. So there's a new extension for this one here. It has not popped up over here, but it probably will within the next minute or so. And it's very important for all of you.
It's for another center of circulation.
Oh, it's for a different center of circulation. Okay,
Yeah.
for this one here, it's very important for all of you over here to continue watching this tornado. And now it looks like there is a new center of circulation for you in Spearville, or the area around Spearville. Let me look at this just so I can understand it a little better. It's more on the front edge of this now. The system's sort of like this front edge right here. And it looks like they were very concerned about an area right here for a potential tornado warning. And it seems to be unrelated to one over here. And yes, okay, so the one back here was allowed to expire. The one behind me, the one that was in around Royal, this area, was allowed to expire, fortunately, because this one was this is a confirmed tornado, and now it has been allowed to expire. We always want that to happen. However, there is a new tornado warning, and it's going along the US 50 corridor and is going east to Spearville. All of you there right now, Spearville, Bellefonte, Keysville, all of you right now, Spearville probably going to see this tornado, potential tornado, within the next 5-10 minutes. Really, all of you in Spearville need to be taking your precautions now. Can't wait any longer, can't wait a few minutes. The time is now. Go to the interior room, go to that tornado shelter now. Keysville, you have a few more minutes, but don't take that as any extra time. Just take it now. You aren't under the warning, so probably not as severe a situation for all of you in Keysville, but all of you really just, it's better just to take this as a tornado precaution anyway. Anywhere in this route, we've seen these tornado warnings be very quick and go away quickly. We've also seen them be surprisingly long. So it is not out of the question that it could make its way all the way to Keysville within the next maybe 30 or 40 minutes if it holds together. So again, watching this tornado here, if we could look at the velocity again, just so I could quickly point out where we're looking for that area of circulation, and it's right into here, looking for that area. We're on the front edge of this storm here where we could see an area around that bend. We're looking again that bend for an area of circulation, very important for us to continue watching it. And this whole line, really, it's just a good way to point out that this whole line has a lot of areas of circulation into it, and a lot of which aren't warned just because the National Weather Service does not have the confidence to say that those will be tornado-producing ones, because they are very, very good, very, very smart at picking which ones are likely to produce a tornado and which ones are just likely to be an area of circulation and doesn't disturb anyone. So there are a lot of circulations across this entire line right here, really seeing this area, these really higher pink winds here and these green winds right here, or green winds, excuse me. The pink colored velocity right here means that those winds are rushing away from the radar, which is right down here. So it's rushing in this direction, and these over here rushing in this direction. Really means there's a lot of velocity taking that circular motion right there and making that potentially into a tornado. If we could actually look at the correlation coefficient just quickly here, I'm very concerned about the town of Spearville. So there's a little bit of noise right there. It's a little hard to determine if that's anything from the tornado or not, potential tornado. But no matter what, town of Spearville right here, you are under the gun from a potential tornado almost right on top of you. Very important that anyone in Spearville takes those precautions immediately, goes into that lowest level of their room here, and lowest level of their house or building, an interior room. Take everyone you know with you. Don't wait for this anymore. The time to prepare was gone. The time to act is now. Go into that area right now that you know you've practiced before. I know a lot of your local affiliates have taught you how the best tornado safety precautions. You know them now. Go into those areas now. We don't have to keep repeating them. Just if it's necessary, stop listening to us and go into your safety room right now. That is the most important thing. Spearville, you are in a very, very precarious situation right now. Northeastern Ford County and southern Hodgman County in southwestern Kansas. So this is Ford County, and this is Hodgman County up here. So again, very important that all of you in Spearville take this very seriously and take that right now. Again, if you're in a situation in which you are potentially outside, or if you are in a car, or if you are in potentially an area where you don't see a building, that very last resort, go into a ditch, but we don't ever want you to do that. Please go into a house, go into somewhere, ask them to come in, go into a gas station, go into anywhere you can find that's a sturdy structure, and if you're in a house, in a building, lowest level, again, take those precautions immediately. Very, very strong winds right here, and then you can see those winds coming towards the radar, coming this direction. So it's really having that circular motion into there right now. Again, fortunately, this is the only tornado warning on our radar at the moment, but this situation has very much continued to be active for quite a while, and very many areas under the entire plains have seen a lot of activity from this tonight, and there's no reason for us to expect it to stop anytime soon. If you were anywhere along this line, if you could zoom out a little more so you could just see the even broader picture here, anywhere along this line all the way from, and as I just spoke, there's a new severe thunderstorm warning up here, or severe thunderstorm watch issued by the SPC, which we'll give the details for in just a second. But looking at this area right here, this is the line we're looking at. All of these supercells out front have pretty much just dissipated. We aren't really seeing a lot of elements from that anywhere, and the severe thunderstorm watch is out until 5 a.m. So that will expire whenever this one expires out here. So again, seeing these threats potentially going all the way until late tonight, very late tonight. But the threat ahead of the line has decreased a lot, compared to earlier. A lot of these storms have sort of fallen apart. Not saying that all of you should not continue to watch these areas. They very much could. This new supercell could very much develop ahead of the line. But our new area of concern is this area south of the line, or this area in the southern part of the line. You can see how these storms, honestly, a little bit more discrete, though they could form into this line. If these stay discrete, which I don't expect them to as much, but if they do stay discrete, they'll have a very good chance of getting into very strong, violent tornadoes. particularly because of the fact that they're getting into this area of the moderate risk here. But even if they don't, if they stay a part of this line, there's a lot at play here, a lot of factors as they move into this moderate risk up here, and it is very likely that they will potentially develop some tornadoes from the line, and that will still be very concerning for any of those people in the areas just northeast of Amarillo, in that northeastern part of Texas, and that western part of Oklahoma. And we do, of course, are still watching that tornado situation up here. This tornado warning has been allowed to expire, but this one up here, as we go into the area around northeast of Dodge City, Spearville. If we can look at the velocity on this one right now, I see that notch very evident there, and it is still very evident. So it's almost right about to go over Spearville. Very concerned for all of you right now in northeastern Ford County, southeastern Hodgman County. Very concerned because this is a very strong signature right here going into Spearville, going into Ford County. It's moving off towards the northeast, 24 miles per hour, roughly around 24, 25 miles per hour, moving off towards the northeast. And so Spearville is our biggest population center that we're looking at right now under the gun. Again, if you can hear me, if you can hear any of your broadcasters, go into your safety shelter right now in Spearville. Please do not waste any more time. If you are in Spearville or Burdett, if you're anywhere in northeastern Ford or Hodgman County under this warning, please go into those areas right now. Do not waste any more time. Don't waste any more energy. Just go there right now, and it will potentially save your life. Tornadoes, no matter what type of tornado they are very deadly and dangerous. And we don't want to see anyone killed by this tonight, and we really don't hope anyone is. We are trying to warn everyone out here just so you will be in a safe position, just so you get out of this night safe and sound, and that no one is killed by this. And that's why we're so very adamant about warning everyone, particularly in Spearville, just because this tornado looks very strong as it's going into there. Again, no time for analyzing any more radar for you guys there. No time for analyzing anything else. Just go. There is a warning, and there is likely a tornado on the ground here, that this is a situation that is very, very concerning for all of you in Spearville, just because of how strong that situation is. Even if it was less strong, we would still be warning it. If it was still warming the National Weather Service, that means that there's a good reason that they have. But again, very much bowing right now. We see a big bowing element to this system, and
there's a little bit of rotation even. Oh well, hold on. There's even a little bit of rotation around here.
Yeah, there's a little bit of rotation, a little bit more to the
and that's what they just now saw as they shrunk the box.
Yeah, so definitely it's now getting up into this area. So if you guys are in Moreno or Browns Grove into, this is now Hodgman County, a little bit north of Ford County, still in Ford County, and if you're in Spearman, please continue to take your tornado precautions. Orwell, Moreno, Browns Grove, all of you should really be taking your precautions right now. Really don't wait any longer. Just go, and it may save your life. And also everyone around you, please take this very seriously. Do not waste any time, and continue to watch this. Again, this is now just in Hodgman County, so it's just in this little box right here, watching this system right here continue to churn. And right now, again, this tornado warning is still in effect for Hodgman County, and it is until 11 Central Time, so we have 15 more minutes on this one. Could potentially be extended. If you're in southeastern Hodgman County, please take this seriously. And please go to your tornado shelters or your interior room or lowest level of your house immediately. Looking at, again, the radar indicated potential tornado here. We are watching, and we are worried about this, waiting for all of you in Orwell, please, in Moreno, Browns Grove, take those precautions and please go into your shelters immediately. Again, this is a tornado warning that we're watching just northeast of Dodge City. And the activity along the whole line has definitely decreased a lot more from earlier.
Yeah, I think I've noticed there's no more of a hail threat, at least in their warning products that the National Weather Service has produced. So at least there's a benefit to that. They have said in this tornado warning that the only threat is tornadoes. There's no threat along with hail, associated with hail. So at least there's that benefit that we're starting to see the hail threat really die down a lot.
Right. I'm looking at the other severe warnings right now. It looks like all the hail that we could see from any of these storms, if we could zoom out, just so I can talk about the warnings as a whole, they are entirely just quarter-size hail. So it seems like that hail threat has definitely diminished a lot more from earlier. Again, definitely don't take this into precaution, or don't take this for granted. Again, a new severe thunderstorm warning is just issued here when it gets into my system. I'll be able to see what size of hail that's for. But I believe the main threat at this point is for straight line winds, and some of these are quite severe at 70 miles per hour. As I said earlier in the broadcast, quite a bit earlier, 58 miles per hour is the minimum.
Penny-sized hail.
Pea-sized hail. So yeah, hail is not as big of a threat. Again, hail is still very important to take into account here. But as we're watching this line of storms here, our biggest threat is, one, tornadoes. That's why we have a tornado watch out here. And we have an active tornado warning, which I'll get back to in a minute. But for all of you, all the way down from Hayes, down this line to Dodge City, and even south all the way into Texas, all of you are going to be potentially seeing very strong, very violent winds from these storms here.
Yeah,
And
75 miles per hour associated with that one tornado or severe thunderstorm warning. Excuse me.
Yes, yeah, so 70, 75, we're seeing these winds get very strong here for these storms. So even if you aren't seeing a tornado, you will see winds that are hurricane force at some points, gusting to that high. That is very strong, and you are definitely going to want to take that into precaution here. So with all of these storms, just take into account that even if it's not a tornado, if it's severe warned, please take the same tornado precautions. Please don't take it for granted, and don't just say, oh, well, it's not a tornado, I'm not going to actually prepare for it. Just because it is, does not mean that, just because it's not tornado warned, does not mean that it should not be a storm to be taken seriously. These are to be taken seriously. They're still producing heavy winds, some hail, and even the occasional tornado that comes up, and we continue to have that situation that we're watching in Hodgman County, and I believe we have a new severe thunderstorm warning on the north
tornado
side.
warning.
New
No.
tornado warning?
No, never mind. This
okay.
is still the same one.
Yeah, so it's the same tornado warning. It continues for Hodgman County, so we're actually going to go back into that right there, just so we continue to cover that for the people of southeastern Hodgman County. So again, that's until 11 p.m. So we have about 11 more minutes on that one. Could potentially expand. I would not be surprised if they do, if we could look at the velocity on that one as well, just because the notch is pretty evident there. And there's a lot of very strong winds, and they are very much bowing in. I would not be surprised there is a tornado there, just because that is definitely an area to be concerned. Really seeing those high winds on that one side, could really be seeing that circulation going on there. Would not be surprised. All those people in that area, in this southeastern area, should be taking those tornado precautions very immediately. And if you are in those areas east of Sawlog, southeast of Jetmore, northwest of Trenton, really should be watching for that tornado right now, taking your tornado precautions, because this is a very, very serious scenario that is going to
Definitely Orwell is the...
Yeah, Orwell, 1125 Orwell. So all of you in there really should be taking your tornado precautions right now. Again, lowest level interior of your house or building, or anyone around this area that will be, or any tornado shelter if you have it as well. I should also mention that even if there is no tornado here, which we believe there could be, that's why there's a warning, the National Weather Service believes there could be, look at how strong these winds are. These are going into around the 60, 70, I believe if I actually look on my system here, it'll actually tell me exactly how strong they are. It looks like it's going to be around 63, 70, 80, 82 knots. So it's going to be extremely strong winds for us here going into this region. So even if there is no tornado, that is going to be very, very strong winds. And I would not be surprised if that would be roughly that would be roughly to the equivalent damage of some weaker tornadoes. If that is true, that would be about 94 miles per hour and be incredibly strong. Again, the National Weather Service is just warning for around 70, so that is quite a bit higher than what they are saying there. That is likely just associated with potentially a tornado there. But even if it isn't, that would be still very incredible damage for any of you guys there. So take this very much seriously. These are very strong, very fast winds that are being sustained for a good time, so they will do damage even if they are not that strong. So again, very important to take this into account. Even if it's no tornado, which we do believe there could be, take your tornado precautions, even if it's just a situation where it's damaging winds. Very, very, very severe situation we're looking at here. And fortunately, the tornado warning has been allowed to expire. So this is the first time tonight that we do have no tornado warnings on our radar, and it is very fortunate for us. That does not mean that you should be maybe breathe a sigh of relief, but do not take yourself out of the preparedness scenario, because two things. This line can pop up tornadoes at any moment. This line has not even gotten into the area of the moderate risk yet, and we do still have this out here. Second, even if there is no tornadoes, like I said, the region from having those strong winds there from this storm are going to experience very heavy, very, 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 these winds are going to be very damaging, up to 70 or maybe 80 miles per hour. So again, very strong here, particularly around this bow around Hayes and these winds over here. So again, very strong and very potentially damaging for all of you guys there. Let me just make sure I get the wind levels right. It's around 70 miles per hour that the National Weather Service is warning for. So again, very important and very crucial that we are watching for these winds here that we do have. Again, so we have the moderate risk and the severe, we have these severe thunderstorm watches. These are all for 4 a.m. down here. And we do have some severe thunderstorm warnings out here for 70 miles per hour. So again, a very volatile setup, tornadoes that we're watching out here, and not any tornadoes that we're watching actively, but areas in the line could develop QLCS type tornadoes and that we're watching here. So we're going to continue to look at this situation.
I think we'll continue to just discuss this for a quick moment before we go off air, but it's definitely still a big situation to keep in mind. We would like to just remind you guys before we cut out that we have this tornado watch that will go until 5 a.m. Central Time, and a severe thunderstorm watch until 5 a.m. Central Time. So again, some really consistent ingredients that really indicate that we aren't out of the woods yet. However, it's going to be more of a spin-up type of tornadoes, and the spin-up type of
Very quick and brief types of tornadoes. However, like Robert was mentioning, very strong winds, straight line winds. Sometimes you can't even tell the difference between those two. So again, just keeping that in mind, this is the threats you have for the remainder of the night. And we hope to see that there is no more tornado warnings and that everything begins to die down. But definitely stay weather aware throughout the remainder of the evening. But with that, we'll definitely be able to close on the Kansas tour. And of course, we have seen a little bit of stuff pop up in Oklahoma, but I believe we are through with some of the warnings in Oklahoma.
Right,
we do have.
Yeah. Definitely just going to take us through one last tour here just so we make sure everyone is covered. We have this watch down here, which is going to be in effect, I believe, until roughly 5 minutes from now. They could issue a new one. We will probably see that within the next few minutes. If they do, we do not have any mesoscale discussions from the SBC. However, we do have another watch that is in effect until the one from Texas, which is also from 11 p.m., and that one is potentially going to expire here as well, but it may not as well. We do have this situation up here where we have this watch until 4 a.m. This is going to be for most of Kansas. I do not expect this one to expire anytime soon, particularly because there is that huge QLCS tornado threat with that line of the storms right there. And we have the severe thunderstorm warnings as well, and that severe thunderstorm watch if you wanted to go into more detail about those, Chandler.
That's right. And again, with these severe thunderstorm warnings, those are for 70-mile-per-hour winds. So again, it's a pretty dangerous situation. One of those situations where you want to go ahead and stay inside. Of course, having seen a few personal images of tornado damage compared to straight line wind damage, I can't really tell you there's much of a difference. There's a thing called convergence and non-convergence, but to the naked eye, you really can't tell the difference in damage between a tornado and straight line winds. And at times, straight line winds can be just as strong and damaging as a tornado. They can break down trees, power lines, and other long and tall objects. And so typically they can really do some damage on like your roof of your house. So again, this is still pretty damaging and pretty strong and severe. And it's even stretching all the way up towards the border of Nebraska. And so again, yes, this entire area is still in that threat, and it's not out of the woods yet. But since we haven't seen too much of a tornado threat, at least we can say that there's potential for a brief spin-up tornado, but the main threat now is really the straight line winds and a possible spin-up tornado.
Right. Yeah, exactly. And that the one comforting thing is that the SBC felt comfortable in issuing a severe thunderstorm watch for the north part of Kansas instead of a tornado watch, which shows that they are fairly confident that section of the line they might still see tornadoes. They're not saying there won't be any, but it'll probably be less of a threat than those damaging winds, which are still, as Chandler just went into, very, very severe, and to the naked eye, still can be to the equivalent of a tornado damage. So it's very important to take those into account. Again, these thunderstorm warnings down here are mostly for 70 miles per hour. We do have that tornado warning, which is not in effect anymore. It's just on our system, but it is not in effect. So Dodge City, you are in the clear for that tornado warning. Not in the clear for the system. Maybe could see more tornado warnings. We'll definitely see strong winds from this. So, but the biggest thing is the fact that this is definitely transitioning to a linear threat, which is mostly going to be damaging winds in excess of 70 miles per hour in some cases, potentially even 80. And you're going to see maybe some small hail, some quarter-size hail, and also potentially a tornado from there that we could see, but it's not going to be a big one. So again, the biggest threats here, we do have these watches in place. This one is going to be a tornado watch, and we do have tornado watches here, which means that the SPC is still confident, depending on what they do in the next roughly minute or two, if it expires or not. We'll be on air to tell you what happens, but we'll see whether this tornado watch is extended or not, or if it's converted to a severe thunderstorm watch. But either way, again, still a very, very bad situation for those in the path of this storm, because we have radar indicated winds of up to 83 miles per hour in some cases around that area of Burdett and Offroad and Spearville, just east of Dodge City. You are seeing incredibly strong winds with that line of the storms there. So yes, we do have all of these around here for sure, and we also have the severe thunderstorm warnings, and there is just a new severe thunderstorm warning that was just now issued for this line of segment just down here for Buffalo. So I'm going to see just real quickly what they're expecting in the winds there from. I would not be surprised if it's around 60 to 70 miles per hour, and it's 70 mile per hour wind gusts. So again, we're watching very potentially severe situation here with strong winds, and about to receive the update from the Storm Prediction Center with what their watches are here within the next few seconds here. But again, as I keep emphasizing, I know it's a little bit repetitive, but it's important to remember that even if there is no tornado warning, these damaging wind gusts are very, very potentially prevalent here, and they are potentially going to be very, very almost as potentially damaging as a tornado. So again, the tornado watches were allowed to expire. As you just saw, they all just popped off the map, and now we just have a mostly straight line winds threat, though, with some potentially tornadoes developing in that area over there. So I'll let Chandler to close us out.
That is right, yep. So like Robert mentioned, we have these severe thunderstorm warnings that are stretching along this line, and then we have this severe thunderstorm watch that will continue until 5 a.m. Central Standard Time, or Central Daylight Time, excuse me. And then we have up here close to the border between Kansas and Nebraska, we have that severe thunderstorm watch that will go until 5 a.m. Central Daylight Time. So again, we have this system that will continue to persevere, but while they are letting these watches decay in Oklahoma, and as we watch this storm really start to become a straight line event, we'll go ahead and sign off here. And so it's been great talking to you all. It's been great being able to provide you guys coverage, especially on those supercells in the central part of Oklahoma. And we look forward to potentially seeing how this event may be unfolded. Hopefully everybody was warned in advance and stayed safe. We haven't heard of any fatalities, thankfully, with this system. So that definitely on the positive side, at least. And so it's been a very well forecasted event by the National Weather Service. They did a really good job with NWS Norman and NWS Dodge City. They really handled those supercells and the linear severe tornado warnings, the tornado warnings. They handled those really well and are continuing to issue these severe thunderstorm warnings. But just continue to stay tuned and rely on those no weather radios, as well as stay tuned to your local broadcast meteorologist, and just using the NWS's multiple utilities, such as their website. Just using those resources, continue to stay tuned. But that has been all. I'm student meteorologist Chandler Pruitt.